You can't say that shit to me right after I drink a giant mouthful of tea. I nearly died. What do you mean? No, honestly, I'm now also confused. Um, but hi, Bone. Congratulations on first. I have no idea either. Listen, it's been a weird morning, okay? I woke up at like. I'm so autistic, same. I have no idea what's happening either. Like, I woke up at 6 a.m. first because my alarm went off. Ma'am, gender neutral. Thank you. It's okay. I felt the non-binary energy in it. Uka, hello. Thank you for the hydrate. I need it, dude. I really gotta stop eating spicy food right before I start stream. My nose won't stop running. Yeah, I woke up at 6 because my alarm went off. And I woke up just enough to like take my meds and send a bunch of really delirious DMs to people. Like, I was trying to like respond to people's messages, but I was like barely awake. Bimbuna? Alright, Bimbuna, let's go. Which, gotta remember which hotkey. I think it's F1. Oh, or not, hold on. No, F2. Hey, there we go. Bonk. Canna, aren't you still streaming? Wait, Canna. Thank you for the bonk. See, I'll thank you. I'll be polite. Thank you for the bonk bone. Oh my god, my throat. Well, thank you for stopping by to bonk me even though you're streaming. I appreciate it. Good luck with the rest of your video editing. And thank you for the lurk. I'm just gonna desperately drink my English breakfast tea to try and deal with the spicy food issues. But how is everybody doing? Okay, I think I talked to you earlier in Crazy's chat, didn't I? Hope everyone's day? Is it still daytime or is it nighttime now? Day or night is going well, regardless. For me, it's like 11 a.m. What was I saying before? Oh, yeah. So I woke up at 6, sent a bunch of like really delirious DMs to people. I was convinced at the time that I was awake. And then a couple of hours later, after I like fell asleep and woke up again, I checked my messages. I was not awake. I don't remember sending most of them, and they were so like delirious. I had capital letters all over the place. I don't know what I was doing. 3 a.m? Oh my god, what are you doing awake? Wait, what day is it? Sunday? Or Monday now, I guess, for you as well. What are you doing awake at 3 a.m. on a Monday? Alright. So this game is the Radiant. And this wasn't like actually on my schedule for this week, but I added it because I actually backed the Kickstarter for this game. Like, when was the Kickstarter? Like 2 years ago or something? Like, it's been a while and I've been waiting very impatiently for this game ever since I backed it. It was like one of the first things I backed on Kickstarter. Like, I'd never really looked at Kickstarter before, and then I played the demo for this game and was like, I need it, and I need it yesterday. So I've been waiting for this one for a long time. I've played the demo like twice, which I know doesn't sound like a lot, but for me I tend to only just play them once, so like the fact that I played it again was because I was dying and I was like, I need another dose of the Radiance. But basically it's like a magical school. Well, it's an anime game. There's romance in it. There are other characters that you can date, but the demo doesn't get like far enough into it that you can experience the romance. I've been dying. Work tomorrow, we'll hop back to bed, and I was just hungover for the entire day yesterday, so kind of stayed in bed till 6 p.m. Oh no, yeah, I remember you saying you had a hangover. Well, good night, and I hope you sleep well. And good luck with work. Hopefully staying in bed till 6 p.m. like gave you some sleep in advance, right? Like you got a little bit of rest back built up before tonight. So even if you don't sleep that much tonight, you'll still be fine. Trust. I believe. Well, for now, I'm gonna learn how to do magic and romance some people. Very cute people. Choose your first name. Let's see, Una. I'm so excited to play the full game. I've been waiting for this game for so long. Thank you for the lurk, Puka. Good night. My last name, Tempesto. Your life until now has not been an easy one. but your experiences have shaped who you are. You can and so this is the other thing that I liked is that it's got some like stat raising and like RPG-ish elements to it. So like you can choose your personality, you can build stats. Hey, 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 I have a headache, so no sound for me at the moment, but I want to stay here ready to watch you from the shadows. Oh, RJ, thank you for hanging out. Yeah, Illy. And then a special black love heart. You couldn't be scheming if you tried? Excuse you. I could be scheming if I tried. Rude. You know what? Just for that, I'm gonna pick scheming. Bet. Hold on, I gotta type it. I picked it to spite you. I feel like they picked up on that energy, but I'm gonna say anyway. Do you consider yourself brash or polite? I think I think I'm pretty polite. I try anyway. If I'm brash, it's by accident. I don't do it on purpose. I'm gonna pick polite. Do you consider yourself cautious or impulsive? I mean, I, it, it, I mean, yeah, nah, it's impulsive. There's no way. I can't pretend. I mean, no, I'm super scheming. I should have pretended. I'm not genuine. I don't know what you mean. Do you consider yourself lawful or rebellious? Rebellious. Do you consider yourself proud or humble? I don't think my self-esteem is high enough to consider myself proud, so let's say humble. Nailed it. Oh, and I love the art in this game too. I mean, I just love the magical vibes in general. Oh, how long have I been? Been 6 minutes, okay. Dear diary, today is the day everything is going to change. Dude, did any of you actually have a diary when you were younger? Because I did. I still have like a box full of journals from when I was a teenager. They're so angsty, they're like painful to read now. At least maybe it will if I keep telling myself that. So far, I haven't had much luck in the whole turning my life around endeavor. Wasn't my life supposed to change after I left my teenage years behind? Once you become an adult, you can finally leave your past in the past and start fresh. You can move away from your hometown, find a place where no one knows who you are. You'll no longer be the poor orphan girl who lost her parents and had no future. Oh wait, we're an orphan? I forgot this. I forgot this actually. You'll have an exciting new life to look forward to. That's what everyone told me. I suppose they were partly correct. I did move to a place where no one knows me, a place where my peers no longer look at me with pity. Back in high school, I was just the girl who lost her parents in that horrible accident. Oof. Since nothing ever happened in our small town, my situation was the only thing worth talking about. I'd gotten over it years ago. I was so young, I don't even remember my parents. But no one else had forgotten. Wait, really? So, like, the accident happened when we were a kid, but, like, even as a teenager, people are still like, hey, remember that time your parents died in a terrible accident? Like, what the fuck? Most of the time, the kids in my class wouldn't even need to say anything. They'd just stare at me and I would... Ooh! Okay, this is a really cool way of, like, fleshing out your character, though, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I shouldn't sound that excited when we're literally talking about, like, being bullied for being an orphan, but I appreciate the character choices. Stare blankly back at them, ignore them, attempt some form of conversation, or loudly ask what they're staring at. I'm not this confrontational. I wish I was, but I'm not. I feel like IRL, I would either ignore them or try and make conversation to, like, change the subject or something. Although if they're just staring at me and not talking to me, then I'd probably just ignore them. Ignore the stares until they stop. They'd eventually get tired of looking at a person that pays them no mind. I can outlast them any day of the week. This is true when it comes to, like, being quiet and not interacting with other people. I'm a bit of a winner, not to brag or nothing. I shouldn't be focusing on that now. That's why I left that life behind, right? But where's the exciting new life I was promised? What is it I'm supposed to be doing? Okay, this is getting too existential on me, too real. As it is, I live a life of drudgery. I spend every day doing the same thing. Ooh! Taking classes, working... Running ill? No, we don't do cardio. Hanging around the coffee shop though? I like coffee. I can't say that spending my evening sitting in the same booth at Deadwood Coffee, that's a cool name, with the same couple of regulars night after night is as entertaining as it looks on those TV shows, but somehow it's routine I've allowed myself to enjoy. Wait, with what money though? I've been going there long enough that all the employees know me, and that means I'll be treated to the occasional free drink or two. But my favourite part of hanging out there is... ... So chatting with the other regulars, the extensive board game collection, planning weekly events, or the one I'm absolutely going for. Sorry, that's spicy food, god damn it. Next time I swear I'll like eat something appropriate for my white person palate. The creepy and interesting owner. Marcus? Is he cute though? It's no secret that Marcus, the owner of the Deadwood, is a little eccentric. Aside from his odd clothing that looks like it came from some elaborate Dungeons and Dragons game, amazing. He has an accent that none of us have ever been able to place. I love that. I just read ahead. However, when people ask where he's from, his answer is different every time. Sometimes he says Romania, other times he says Quebec. Ah yes, there's two countries or places that often get confused for each other. In any case, it's obvious he doesn't want anyone to know where he's really from. None of this was anything close to what I planned my life to be when I was little. Mysterious, I know, right? I had dreams of a different sort. I was just sure I was going to be... Ooh? No. A legit wizard? Foreshadowing? Oh. Wait, though. I want to be a librarian. I have actually worked as a librarian before. Or in a library, not a librarian. You have to have a specific degree for that, which I do not have, but I was a library officer, I think? Which is basically librarian without the degree. I'm gonna pick librarian. I love books. I was just sure I was going to be the librarian of a prestigious university. You want to be a brash, scheming librarian? No, I'm not brash! No, I picked polite. I'm a polite, scheming librarian. What do you mean, what the fuck? I think that suits me. Oh, Bimbuna hours are over. Back to original recipe. What would be better than spending every day amongst the books I love so much? Exactly. I imagine a huge university library has some really good ones. This character is so weird. What's so weird? Wait. Oh, I clicked the wrong screen. What were they even talking about? I started this journal to organize my thoughts, to help me feel motivated for a change. But now I've just spent pages babbling about nothing important, and I've lost the point I was even trying to make. Me, anytime I try to write anything. Literally yesterday. Actually, the whole weekend. I was like, I'm gonna work on the Candied Heart script. I'm gonna do it. I was even determined to try and finish the first draft this weekend. And I wrote for hours and then had to message Christy and be like, please help me. I'm waffling. I have no idea what I'm even trying to say anymore. And then she helped me like refocus, and then I went back and rewrote a bunch of things. So I did not finish the first draft because I had to make a lot of edits. But me, literally, my first draft, anytime I try and write anything, it's such a mess. And then I have to do heaps of revisions. Do you think that picture is eye of my apple or apple of my eye? Lol, blink once for the first, answer twice for the second. I can't make my PNG blink on command. Apple of my eye is my vote. I can't blink on command. There we go. Was there even a point? Story of my life. Mood. I snap the book closed with a sigh and glance up at the night sky. It's already way past dark and most of the neighbouring shops and restaurants are closing down for the night. You know what the stupidest part about the fact that I ate spicy food before I streamed is? Is that I got a pre-made meal that did not have spices in it, and then I added the spices. Why did I do that? Why did I think that was a good idea? The weather is nice and cool, so I thought a quick break in the park might help me with my new journaling plan. However, I'm not so sure I feel any more clear-headed than I did before. Oh, I remember this part. But also, aren't we cute? Just another waste of my time. I really should head home. As I walk through the empty streets, I find myself mindlessly staring at my reflection in the darkened windows, which is why I nearly trip head over heels over a darkened shape directly in my path. I remember this bit. What is it? A bag of garbage? No, no. Oh, no, 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 no. That's not it. My eyes focus on the shape in front of me and I let out a gasp. It's a person! Yup. Without thinking, I bend down and reach my hand out towards the figure lying on the sidewalk. Are they dead? As soon as my outstretched fingers make contact, the figure groans and rolls over, allowing me to see the face. It's a young woman, and although I see no blood or visible wounds, she does not look good. Are you okay? The other thing I like about this game is how the MC's character sprite moves around and is kind of animated a little bit. Well, that's a stupid question. It's obvious that she's not okay. The woman's eyes are still closed, but I can see that she's breathing. I look helplessly around me for someone that might be able to call for help. It's well past midnight on a weekday. The streets are completely deserted. I'm going to find help for you. Just hang on. I'll be right back. I grapple with the idea of leaving the girl to find help. It's not as if she's in any condition to move, but leaving her in the middle of a street isn't exactly ideal either. Sorry. I swear I'm drinking my tea as fast as I can. I decide going to help is worth the risk. I start to stand up, but the girl grabs my hand roughly. She has more strength than I thought she should in her condition. Oh, wait, this is new? This wasn't in the demo? Oh, that's so pretty. Wait, but she does look good though. What do you mean she does not look good? She's stunning. Even in death, imagine that. Couldn't be me. No. The poor girl can barely speak. I have to strain my ears to hear her whispers. Did you say no? Please, don't leave. Look, if I don't get help for you, you must stay here. The girl's voice has more volume now. She seems to be using all her strength to hold on tightly to my hand. She turns her face upwards towards me and fixes me with an intense stare. I'm sorry. What are you apologizing for? The girl's breathing becomes ragged. I'm in a state of panic now. I really need to find help for this girl, fast. I look wildly around at the darkened streets. Where is everyone? While I'm busy craning my neck in the opposite direction, the girl's wheezing breaths suddenly die off. I whip my head back to look at her. Eyes are closed again. Oh no. I reach out to touch her. Oh no. She's no longer breathing. What do? I don't even know any first aid. I decide I have no choice but to leave the girl and search for help. Someone has to be nearby. As soon as I stand up, my vision seems to darken. Oh. No, now is not the time to panic and pass out. What is wrong with me? I'm suddenly surrounded by darkness, but I don't feel lightheaded. Oh, what could it be? So, she's really dead, huh? Just what I needed on today of all days. Where did that voice come from? Why is it so dark? I love her design so much. Look at her eyes. One of the things I really like about this artist's art style is the way they do eyes. I whirl my head around again and see a figure walking out of the darkness. A glowing light seems to follow her, but I can't pinpoint the source. The woman steps closer and takes a casual look towards the figure lying at my feet. She then pulls out a small notebook and begins scribbling furiously. I swallow hard, trying to get my bearings. The situation is so unreal, I'm not even sure what I'm supposed to do next. Panic? Run? Question this new stranger? Ooh! Look at us! Aren't we cute? I like that you still get the choice, right? Because, choosing your stats is cool, but then if it takes away all your choices later, then it's kind of I don't know, I kind of rather be able to make the choices as I go. But I also like that it gives you a little tag to show you, this is sort of in line with what you chose. I mean, I think I'm gonna go with it, though. Do we just run away or do we question the stranger? I think maybe let's try and be a little bit brave. Even though that is the impulsive thing to do, and I probably would be like, well, see ya. I think maybe... Although she did just, like, step out of the darkness and be like, wow, she really is dead, which makes her sound a little bit like maybe she's the one responsible for her death. So maybe at that point I'd be like, well, I don't want to be next. See ya. With the arrival of this new stranger, I'm feeling the need to get out of here fast. I stand up, but I'm unsure where I should go. Everything around me is pure darkness. My best bet is to move backwards in the direction I originally came from, now, while the woman is still distracted with her notebook writing. I turn around slowly, attempting to move silently away from the scene. My hands are outstretched in front of me, like walking into a darkened room before you find the light switch. I make it maybe 6 steps before the woman's voice rings out from behind me. Oh, we got caught. We were not thinking. I wouldn't do that if I were you. I stop, but I don't turn back. When the woman does not say anything else, I take another step into the darkness. Do you really want to get lost out there forever? Out where? I stop again. Is that even possible? Surely this darkness can't extend infinitely, right? Now I'm not so sure. It's up to you, but I'd advise you to reconsider. I turn around slowly. Something in her voice makes me feel I should stay. Okay, so explain. Also, I think... Oh, here it is, the menu. I turned down the music because the menu music was quite loud, but I think now it's a bit too quiet, so I'll turn it up. With a sigh, the woman closes her notebook so loudly my mouth snaps shut in surprise. We have very limited time, so please listen carefully. The keepers will be here shortly, and you certainly do not want to be here when that happens. My name is Samia. I'm the High Secretary to the head of the Council of Radiant. And look how they like move a little bit. I don't know, I think that's cool. And blinking too. And this girl right here, she's the Oracle for the Council of Radiant. Well, she was the Oracle. But as you can see, she is no longer. The important issue now is that the Oracle will need to be replaced, which is why we've got to get you to Serenvale now. Me? I stare into the woman's eyes. She's looking expectantly at me, as if this is all supposed to make perfect sense, but all I have is a bunch of questions. Ooh, question time. Alright, what does any of this have to do with me? Hello? Are you paying attention? I said the Oracle is going to have to be replaced now. I don't say anything, but I think I'm in shock. What is she trying to tell me? When I don't respond, she gives an exasperated sigh. That means it's you. You are the replacement. I what? It's simple radiant law. Samia holds her finger up in the air and recites. For the last to behold the Oracle shall be imbued with her spirit and thus her power. So because we witnessed the death, now we're the new Oracle. She pauses as if waiting for me to burst out in understanding. All I can do is stare. After a moment, she gives another loud sigh. Is she okay? She's gonna get like dizzy from all this exhaling? And continues. That means the one who witnesses the Oracle's death becomes the new Oracle, obviously. That must be why the girl forced me to stay. She knew this would happen. But why would she want me to witness her death? What about the girl? But this girl is dead. We can't just leave her here. There's nothing you can do for her now. Someone from the council will be along shortly to collect the body. We have more important things to worry about. Damn. How can she be so calm about this girl's seemingly sudden death? She seems to know the girl. She called her the Oracle. But she's speaking about her death like some business transaction. Yeah, it's kind of cold. Was this girl famous? Foreign royalty? Is this a murder? The only thing you need to concern yourself with now is getting to Serenvale to complete the power transfer. What if I don't want to be the Oracle, huh? I mean, I do, but what if I didn't? Power transfer? Didn't we already go over this? That was the former Oracle. She has perished and you witnessed her final moments. By Radiant Law, the one who witnesses the Oracle's death becomes a new Oracle. Do I ask Oracle or Radiance? I feel like I know enough. No more questions. Let's go. Can we move on? We're in a bit of a hurry. In a hurry to do what? To get you to Serenvale to begin your training. Anna! Hello, hello! How are you? Aren't you still streaming, or did you stop? How are you going in Baldur's Gate, by the way? I keep like checking in, but you're always on like a different part of the game when I check in. I stopped, fair enough. How far into it are you now? I want coffee. I'm gonna open up. I'm gaming off stream and watching you. Hell yeah. Thank you for hanging out. We're playing the Radiant. I don't know if you heard of it. It's oh, you're about 8 hours in. That's pretty decent progress. Get paid on either Tuesday or Wednesday. I'm also writing too. I love multitasking. How do you even do that? I can't. I have to switch everything off to focus on one thing. Yeah, I don't know if you've heard about The Radiance, but it's an indie visual novel with like some stat raising stuff and like you can choose your personality type and stuff like that. And it's basically like a magic school thing. At the moment, we're just about to enter the magic school. So I've already played the demo, so I have played this part of the game. Oh, you reviewed this for me in Game Den? You actually played it? Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, the demo, I really like the demo. But now the full game's out. You write a little bit and then go back. Oh, hold on. I'm scrolling, but I meant to be scrolling on OBS. Whoopsie. When the Kickstarter was first launched. Oh, okay. Yeah, so this is like one of the first things I ever backed on Kickstarter because I never really like looked at it, and then I played the demo for this and was like, oh, I need it. Maybe I probably read your review actually. Do you remember what happened in it? But I don't have powers. Not yet, perhaps. It takes some time for the power transfer to take place. Even then, you won't quite have full control over the gifts. That's why you need training. There was a hot principal? Yes. Yes, there is. This is a little different from the demo. A CG just appeared, like, earlier in this scene. You know the part where the Oracle dies, like, right in front of you? They have a CG for her, which was really pretty. I mean, she was dying, but, like, it was really pretty. It's really very inconvenient, the council having to do without an oracle for so long, but this sort of thing doesn't happen very often. Once in a few hundred years, in fact. Do I get a choice in this? Or what if I refuse? I think I want to say what if I refuse, because I was saying that before. What if I refused? Refuse? Well, it's never happened before, but I dare say a refusal would force the council to remove your memories completely. Well, alright then, guess I'll be the oracle. What? You can do that? I mean, look at her. I don't think she's lying. Of course, we can't have you running around talking about us to the other humans. The council will simply remove the memories of what you've seen here, and hopefully you won't lose much more. Hopefully? Ma'am. What do you mean by that? Memory magic is imprecise, so there's no guarantee how much of it you'll lose. Could be a few hours or a few years. Samia doesn't give me a chance to respond to that bombshell. She turns on her heel and starts walking into the darkness, leaving me feeling a bit panicked to be left alone with no light. Sorry, I'll just like hold onto her sleeve, follow along behind her. Are you ready to go now? We must press on. I picked the scheming personality trait rather than the genuine one, specifically because RJ was like, Una, you couldn't be scheming if you tried. And I was like, well then, I'm gonna try. But I think RJ may have been right. I don't think it suits me. But I'm gonna pick it. Sure, I'm ready. I'm so ready. I'm the readiest I've ever been in my whole life. Never been readier. I'm actually not at all ready, but she doesn't need to know that. All I need to do is go along with her for now until we get out of this endless darkness. Una, I'm watching that. You have to pick scheming. Oh no. How did they know that I was like sweating over that choice, even though they can't hear? Oh no, ads. All I need to do is go along with her for now until we get out of this endless darkness. Then I can figure out how to handle the situation properly. True. Sure, yeah, let's go. Wow, I'm so excited. Definitely not scared at all. Samir spins around and proceeds towards the empty darkness, the disembodied glow following her as she goes. So where exactly are we going? To Serenvale Academy. That's where you'll complete your training. Oh no, not training to be a magical oracle person. That sounds terrible. You should feel pretty lucky. It's the best university around. Only the very rich or very talented elite get to attend. And me. They're either very rich, very talented, or me. I just happened to witness a death, guys. Thanks for having me. So you're fortunate the council will only allow their future oracle to be trained by the best. This description does nothing to ease my nerves. A school full of the best of the best? I have my own share of skills, sure, but I'm hardly elite. How am I supposed to pass these trials? Yeah, I'd be sweating at this point. I'd be like, okay, but are we sure that I have to go? Maybe there's like a school for dum-dums that I can go to instead. I trip over myself as we stumble through the darkness. The only light comes from the strange glow around Samir. I'm anxious to get out of this infinite dark. How far away is this academy? And do we have to walk the entire way? It may be dark, but surely we're still in my neighborhood, right? There's definitely no school called Serenvale anywhere in my town. Oh ho ho, silly MC. It's a magical world. Samir stops abruptly and I nearly crash straight into her. She turns around and gives me a small smile. We're already here. See, that's what I'm saying. We can teleport now. We got magic. She snaps her fingers and the darkness dissipates around us like rain washing away the earth. Oh, that's a really nice line. The darkness dissipates around us like rain washing away the earth. Beautiful. This is Professor... Speaking of the hot teacher. This is Professor Balin's office. I'm just realizing now that when I played this, I just played it, like, I didn't play it on stream or anything. So I just, like, read all of these names and I have no idea how to actually say anything. So I'm sorry in advance if I say them wrong. Professor Balin's office? Looks like he isn't in right now. Unfortunately, I do not have any more time to waste here, so I'm afraid you're on your own. Wow. Oh, I like the lighting effect, though. I wonder how they did the character sprites to make them, like, partially animated, because it's honestly kind of reminding me of, like, the rigging for Live 2D models, and, like, I was playing around with Shoost the other day to add some lighting effects to my model, and I basically did this. I mean, I'm sure that's not what they did, but I'm just wondering how it was made. Wait, you're just going to leave me here? I may not know Samir very well, but I also do not love the idea of being left alone in this unfamiliar place. Just have a seat. I'm sure the headmaster will be along shortly. He's anticipating your arrival. Oh, and don't touch anything. Wow. Why'd you feel the need to say that, huh? What made you think I was gonna go around fondling everything in the office? Before I can protest, Samir is gone. Just gone. Wait, she didn't, like, walk out the door, she just disappeared? Love that. I'm now alone in the headmaster's office. Ayo! A strangely shaped room filled to the brim with books and bizarre items. The weight of my predicament hits me with an incredible force. I'm no longer in the world I once knew. Everything that was familiar to me is now gone. I took a giant leap of faith and believed in this fairy tale I was sold by a literal stranger. Now I'm struck with the realization that this may truly be real, and it's too late to turn back. Oh no. Not isekai into a magical school. I wait several moments without doing much of anything. I was told the headmaster is on his way, but not how long I'm expected to wait.
ふざけるなよ。お前は俺の女だ。
Hello, Demon Fox King. How are you? Thank you for the redeem. One of the best lines to ever come out of an anime game ever. Hope your day/night is going well. Hello, hello. We're playing the Radiance. We just witnessed the death of the, well, former Oracle, which apparently means that we're now the next Oracle, so we've been whisked off to a magical school to learn how to use our magical Oracle powers. And we're about to meet the really, really, really hot headmaster. I'm very excited. Hydrate, thank you for the hydrate. I have tea. My throat is finally starting to feel normal after all the spicy food I ate right before stream. Thank you, thank you. I take another look around the room, marveling at the shelves of mysterious baubles and endless mountains of old books. A placard on the ornate desk reads, Cirrus Balin, Headmaster. A mirror on the wall catches my eye. It is large, with an ornate frame decorated with figures that resemble mermaids. I love the mirror. As I look into it, it does not reflect my face, but instead there's a soft mist-like movement behind its surface. It's dark, and yet it feels almost alive. And I've forgotten how much I love this game. I'm getting so excited as I, like, remember all of the things that I liked about the demo. I'm not sure how long I stood there staring at the dark, swirling surface before a voice from behind me snaps me back to reality. That is an Oculus, one of only a dozen in existence, actually. Oh, here he is! Ah, I love him so much! I turn around and stare into the face of a well-dressed man, possibly about 40 years of age. My type? My preferred age range? He smiles at me warmly. Are you the headmaster? Oh, look at him. He's beautiful. That is correct. You can call me Professor Balin. You must be Miss Tempest. Judging by the look in your eyes, you've been through a lot in the past few hours, but there's no need to worry. I'll be helping you adjust to your new situation. Yes, sir. You can help me adjust as much as you like. I nod weakly. I think I'm still in too much shock to say more. I'm sorry to keep you waiting, but it seems you've kept yourself entertained in my absence. God, he's so beautiful. He nods towards the mirror and I turn back to look at its alluring dark surface. What did you say it was called? An oculus, also sometimes known as a magic mirror in the old human legends. Ooh, alright, like in Snow White, what does it do, or is it dangerous? I think when he said that it comes from fairy tales, or that it shows up in fairy tales, he knew that I meant Snow. Like, I think it was kind of implied that it's from Snow White. So I'm gonna say, what does it do instead? Because I want to know like what the difference is between the fairy tale version and the real version. What does it do? That depends on the user and the oculi inside of it. The oculus is the home to a special race of radiant called the oculi. They are known for their powerful psychic abilities, very much like an oracle in fact. Like me? But while an oracle sees the future, an oculi sees only the present. I suppose that is where the legends are true. People can gaze into the mirror to ask the oculi to bestow their visions upon them. Like in Snow White. However, oculi do not remain imprisoned in their mirrors forever. What happens to them? I suddenly get a horrifying mental image of an evil spirit floating out of the mirror, ready to take revenge on those that used it for their own selfish purposes. I know what you're thinking, Miss Tempest, but the oculi are not inherently evil. They are simply born in the space between our world and the next, and only exit their homes when the will deems it necessary. Dude, I love the lore and the world building. This is one of my favorite parts of like fantasy settings, is seeing all of the like interesting ideas that people come up with. Just when I thought this couldn't get any weirder, now there's something called the will? Oh, I'm sure you'll be learning about things much stranger in the days to come. The will is just a fancy name for the force that keeps the balance in our universe, and I mean they couldn't call it the force, you know? That was already taken. Without the will, the magic of the radiant world would collapse upon itself. You'll learn all about these things in due time. That is why you're here, after all. I turn back towards the mirror, its dark, swirling pattern almost hypnotizing me. So there's an entire world behind this mirror? If I asked, would the oculi appear and give me answers? What happens when an oculi, comes out of the mirror? That question you might want to say for someone more suited to answer properly. There is an oculi at this school. There's a mirror person at this school? A mirror person? Please, MC, that's probably a slur. Is it offensive to call them mirror people? Like... Probably, but I can't be concerned with politeness right now, except I chose the polite trait. I'm so mortified right now. Professor Balin laughs, obviously delighted by my innocent curiosity. Indeed there is. I'm sure you'll meet him in time. Please tell me we can date the mirror person. However, as with most things around here, it's better that you learn with your own eyes. So the mirror person is a him. I wonder what he looks like. I have so many questions. Now, I'm afraid we must get down to business. Get down to business. I know that it is his way of telling me the conversation is over. I take one last look at the dark, swirling surface of the oculus before taking a seat in front of the headmaster's desk. Okay, but like, with the description of the mirror, the oculi, surely, has to be a really edgy boy. If we don't get like an edgy emo boy who's also a mirror person, I'm gonna be devastated. I trust your journey here was a painless one? Well, I'm not even sure how I got here. One minute I was on the street, and the next minute there was darkness. Ah yes, Miss Almasi has that ability. She can draw all the light from the area. It's part of her gifts as a descendant. I assume Professor Balin is talking about Samia, but none of his other words make sense. Whether or not he senses my confusion, he continues. She's one of the descendants of the Pantheon. That is to say, she's distantly related to one of the archaic gods. Dude, how cool is that? Imagine. Me when? I want to find out that I'm actually a distant relation to some archaic god. Although, which one? I don't actually know which one. See, I want to say someone cool like Loki, but I don't know. Freya really like cats. That's a mood. Samir is a goddess? Now I'm a little embarrassed. I secretly thought she was kind of abrasive. She's not a god herself. The bloodlines have become very diluted over the millennia, but every descendant inherits some abilities from their ancestors. Since Samir is descended from Kek, the god of light and darkness, she's gained some of the abilities related to that bloodline. So cool. I assume she used her ability to mask the gateway to take you here, probably on the council's orders. In any case, we've gotten a little ahead of ourselves, haven't we? You hardly know anything about us, and here I am overloading you with information. Overloaded is an understatement. I really like the font choice in this game too. Like, it feels thematic, but it's also quite easy to read. It takes everything I have not to lie down here and attempt to hide from the world until everything goes back to normal. I assume Miss Almasi gave you the basic information on why you were sent to Serenvale. I also like that the dialogue lines show up as speech bubbles instead of the main text box. It helps to differentiate. It'd be easier when you're doing a collab and you're trying to read lines and you keep getting confused about who's doing the narration of the lines and you keep reading each other's lines. Like, the more it differentiates it, the easier it is when you're trying to do a collab stream for a visual novel. I know a little, but it's all so much. Well, why don't we use this time to help you feel a bit more at ease? I'll try to answer any questions you may have, though I'll keep it brief. You'll be learning much of this in your studies here. I also like that the mirror is animated in the background. That's a nice touch. Ooh, okay. What does the oracle do? I feel like that's an important question. If we're going to be oracling from now on... Oh, hold on. Sorry. Sound's going to stop. There we go. I wonder if it's, like, inbuilt into, I think, was this made with Unity? Because every Hue of You does that too. When I, like, click out of the game, even if I have it full screen or if I have it windowed, it makes the game audio stop. Which is not ideal. Sorry, I got some DMs happening in the... Oh. It's, Fawn and RJ in our mod chat. Alright, what does the oracle do? I know I'm supposed to be training to be an oracle, but I don't even really know what an oracle is supposed to do. Council Oracle is a very prestigious position. It is also the only position that is held solely by a human and not a radiant. I forgot that. Now I remember. That you specifically have to not be a radiant to be the oracle. Which I think is kind of cool. But also I'm sad. I want to be a radiant. When do we get the DLC where we can play as a different character where you just like make a radiant character instead and just go to the school? Why does a human have to do it? It's an age-old tradition stemming from the time before the Dark Ages when humans and radiants lived together. Some say the very first oracle was a radiant who fell in love with a human woman and gave her powers to a human partner when she died. Aww. Her will was that the oracle's powers only be transferred between lovers. However, that is not exactly how it turned out, as I'm sure you understand by now. Yeah, I think I would remember if that lady was my girlfriend. These stories can only be speculation now, of course. Even for a race as old as ours, history gets muddled. What exactly does the oracle do? The oracle gives counsel to the officials of our government. Using your abilities, you'll be able to give insight on correct paths and warn against obvious dangers. So it's like some sort of government psychic? Sounds a little ridiculous, but I don't say this aloud. Somehow, I think it might sound insulting to this supposedly prestigious position. Yeah, I think that's smart. Best to keep that one to ourselves. However, an oracle is not all-powerful, and visions are always up to interpretation. Honestly, this is like dream job though. Can you imagine? That would be your main task, to correctly interpret your visions and report to the council. You likely have not received the power transfer yet, but when you do, all of this will make more sense to you. You sure about that? Absolutely. Oh, wait, but that smile, and he's like, yes, I believe in you, you've got this. I'm sure you'll understand. Wait, hello, sir. Wait, I remember that he was a stretch goal. But I don't remember if the Kickstarter met the stretch goal. Kickstarter the Radiance. I want to check because I need to know for reasons if this man is available. Radiance Kickstarter. They meet. Please tell me they met the stretch goal. For the headmaster. Stretch goals. Headmaster Romance Route free DLC. Oh, so probably not yet, but he'll be available as free DLC later. And it says 20k. Did they meet 20k? They did? Oh, just $20,121. Damn. Only just got the headmaster. Oh man. But it says free DLC after the game's release, so not yet, but one day we'll be able to romance him. Samir mentioned I'd have to pass some sort of test at the end of the year. Ah yes, the trials. They sound more intimidating than they actually are. You won't be expected to perform dangerous tasks. It's more like a general assessment of your skills to determine what kind of oracle you'll be. Ooh. There is no one correct way to pass the trials. As long as you're diligent in your studies, you'll do fine. Well, that's me out then. I am not the studious type. I like learning things but not studying. I'd like to know more about the school. I'd like to know a bit more about Serenvale. Serenvale is the premier university for Radiant students on this side of the world. It's also one of the oldest educational establishments, being first established nearly 900 years ago. Guys, I want to do this for real. When am I getting whisked off to a magical school, huh? It's that old? We've been around far longer than human civilization, so in our timeline, it's not as old as it sounds. Most classes are structured by the student's year, as you're probably used to. However, special ability classes are separated by skill level. There are also a large variety of extracurricular activities. Okay, that's my favourite part, always, of schools. What club am I going to join? That's going to be the hardest question I have to choose in this whole game. After a chat, I'll take you on a short tour of the grounds to help you get more acquainted with our school. No more questions. Let's do this. Excellent, then let us proceed. I feel that's the best way to learn about... I feel that the best way to learn about our school is to see it for yourself. So now we're going to do just that. Follow me, please. For time, let's go. I'm sad that he's not available yet. But, I mean, we'll romance someone else and then when his DLC is added, maybe play again. Romance him. I'd barely gotten settled into the weirdly uncomfortable chair. Why is it uncomfortable? Before I'm standing up again, trotting after Professor Balin, who's clearly a man on a mission. I love the background art so much too. How pretty that is. He opens the massive doors of the room with a slight push and leads me through a long corridor and into what I presume to be the Academy's Great Hall. Actually, who did the art in this? I want to have a look. Where's the Steam page? Steam page. Actually, probably won't be listed on the Steam page, will it? It'll be listed on the called itch page in the credits. Radiant. Oh man, I don't know who I'm gonna choose to romance though, because I just scrolled through the list of characters and I remember that I love all of them. Background art. Green Kira Works and GBO art. Ooh. Alison Rose did the writing, programming, and GUI design. Oh shit, imagine having that many talents. So the character artist is Luxiella, and additional artist Sonia Moon. Damn, they killed it. That's a very small team for such a beefy game too. Let me go back to my correct pad. This place is like nothing I've ever seen before. My eyes dart in every direction, trying to take it all in while also attempting to follow the speedy headmaster. A couple of the students glance in my direction as I pass. It's the middle of the night, so I didn't think classes were in session, but there are a lot of students loitering in the hallways. Then I noticed the sunlight drifting through the large windows. How is it daylight already? Maybe time moves differently here? Oh, wait, yeah, it was nighttime. I'm not sure what I expected the other students to look like, but I didn't think they'd look so normal. I haven't really been briefed in detail on what a radiant actually is. That's because I skipped that question. Oops. But in my head, I imagine something a little more not human. Then again, Samir had looked totally normal. Professor Balin also looks pretty normal. Maybe the Radiants aren't as close to the fairy tales as I'd been led to believe. All of the students are wearing the same school uniform, but I noticed different coloured emblems on their blazers. I wonder what those are supposed to signify. We can have houses. We can have houses. As we move through the Great Hall, I hear what sounds like shouting coming from a group of students ahead. It looks like some sort of fight. 2 male students are shoving each other violently while their classmates watch with amused looks on their faces. Guess some things never change no matter where you come from. Literally, that's what I was thinking. When it said 2 male students were fighting, I was like, oh yeah, the classic. Professor Balin seems unconcerned, barely glancing in their direction. Instead, he gives a short melodic whistle as we pass. That's right, I forgot. He's the siren. Almost instantly, the 2 fighting boys break apart, but even more strangely, they're smiling. Good afternoon, Professor Balin. Professor Balin nods his head congenially towards the group of students, but does not stop walking. And I love that, just casually whistles and suddenly order is restored. I crane my neck back to look at the students. They're dispersing now, their quarrel seemingly forgotten. Before I can ask about what had just happened, Professor Balin motions me towards the massive staircase. We'll be heading upstairs, which is where the majority of your classes will take place. As I trek up about 5 flights of stairs, pausing only briefly to listen to Professor Balin's descriptions on which classes take place on which floors, I begin to wonder if they've ever heard of elevators. Let's bring modern technology to this school. I mean, to be fair, stairs are an accessibility issue, so they should have elevators. Maybe they have magic ones. This is the 5th floor, and this is where your specialty classes will be held. We pass several large doors, each with a large coloured symbol above each door. We finally stop at a door near the end of the hall. This one has a blue symbol emblazoned on it. Ooh. This is the Azurite lecture hall and practice room. Yet another word I don't know. This is becoming a pattern. I decide to just wait for the headmaster to explain. Listen, there's a lot of information being thrown at once. It's fine if you don't remember it, MC. It's all good. Every student is put into a special class determined by... I would already have forgotten like half of what everyone had told me by this point. I'd be like, can someone give me a notebook so I can like write this down? This is so they're able to practice with other students with similar abilities. Your abilities stem from the mind, so you're in an Azurite class. What are the other classes? Well, let's see. Jadeite are students with elemental abilities, and Rhodolite is for students with physical abilities. And then there's Iolite? Is that an I or an L? I think that's an I, right? Iolite, which is, well, they're more difficult to classify. Why is that? Wait, let me double check. Is that Iolite? Is Iolite a thing? Iolite. Or is it Lolite? Oh no, it is Iolite. Okay. It's a magnesium iron aluminium cyclosilicate. I don't know what that means. But it's purple and pretty. There you go. Learned something new today. Oops. Clicked on the so it's source of the magic is either unknown or comes from multiple sources. Some of the most unique and exciting abilities come from the Iolite class. Well, why am I not in that class then? I wouldn't be unique and exciting. I can't help but be intrigued by this. My limited experience so far has exposed me to psychics, mirror people, and the relatives of old gods. What else is out there? For that matter, what is Professor Balin? What is his special ability? Hehe, I already know because I already played it. You'll be taking most of your Azurite classes with me, when my headmaster duties allow. You teach classes too? That's right, I was head of Azurite House before I accepted the headmaster position. Damn, so he's a smarty pants and he's hot? Love that. But my greatest joy is helping other students learn more about what they can do. I couldn't bear to give that up. What a nice man. Does that mean you're also a psychic? No, the spectrum of mental magic is quite broad. My abilities are not precognitive like yours. In fact, you may have heard of my people. I am one of the Siren. I mean, look at the face he's pulling as he says that. It's like, yeah, I believe it. It's like, you may not believe this, but I'm a Siren. It's like, with that face, the way you speak, I 100% believe you're a Siren. Makes total sense. Perfect. I also love that they've got a male character as a Siren. Because usually they're female. Like the beautiful mermaids that lull sailors to their deaths. I can see you follow the human stories quite well. Would you say you're, you know, maybe a little proud of me for knowing that? It's okay, you can say it. You may have heard the human tales about the mysterious maidens who live in the sea and trap the unwitting sailors. However, those tales are mostly false. You see, my kind used to be sailors themselves in the days when humans and Radiants lived amongst each other. Dude, one of my favorite things in the world is rewriting myths and legends and history stuff. Our gifts lie in song. We're able to manipulate the emotions of others with our voices. The whistle. That is, of course, where the term siren song comes from. And while a siren could use their song to lure the innocent to their deaths, it is not in our inherent nature to do so. Just like a hobby, you know? When we get a little bored, we lure a few sailors to their death. Just for funsies. As I listen to this information, a sudden realization strikes me. Those students downstairs, you made them all smiley. Man, we have such a way with words, I love that. Ah yes, I simply used my ability to put them in a better mood, just to help them get over their differences quicker than they would have otherwise. Just a casual, just a cheeky bit of emotional manipulation. Nothing to worry about though. People tend to let their emotions flare up and they act on impulse. What? Wild, imagine doing that. Couldn't be me. If those two had really wanted to fight, my small emotional push would not have stopped them. My abilities can be strong, but I do not use them in such a way as to inhibit free will. Good thing, I muttered to myself, thinking what a terrifying ability that could be if used by the wrong person. Just as well he's a man of morals. Look how pretty this is. The next stop on the tour is the dormitories. The dorms are outside of the main hall, connected by a covered walkway. Each room houses 2 students, but the bathroom is shared between 4, one between each pair of rooms. Sharing a bathroom with 3 other girls seems like a nightmare, and I'm already mourning the loss of my long showers when Professor Balin stops in front of a room and knocks. Yeah, but it's okay because we're about to meet our roommate and she is really hot, so we'll get over it really quickly. Is this my room? It is. Doesn't seem like anyone is home. He pulls out a long, thin key from his pocket and places it into the lock. It clicks and swings open, revealing a half-empty room. I'm so excited. See, oh man, I'm gonna have such a hard time choosing who I want to romance because... Anyway, I'll let everyone meet her first before I get super excited. I'm not sure what I was expecting, but this room looks fairly normal. One side of the room is decorated with plants and various other personal items, while the other side is completely empty. That must be my side of the room. I noticed, look at the sunlight, like, and how it's partially animated with the particles, and how the sun's rays are, like, moving. And there's, like, a bit of a breeze, too. Heat, so good. I noticed there are some boxes stacked on the floor near the empty bed. Those are your belongings. We had them delivered right before you arrived. What? But how? Magic, MC, come on. Shut up. Better you not ask too many questions right away, Miss Tempest. I'd hate to give you too much to process on the first day. At first, I think he's making fun of me. Then I catch the smile on his face. He takes one look at my bewildered expression and chuckles softly. Don't worry, Miss Tempest. You'll get into the swing of things soon enough. It's perfectly natural to feel overwhelmed right now. You'll be adjusted properly in no time, you'll see. You'll be meeting your roommate later this evening. Classes are in session, after all. That was the very quick version of the tour. There's much more to see at Sarenvale, but we find it best to let students discover its secrets more organically. Now, how about I leave you to get settled? Yes, sir. Thanks for the tour. I hope I sound much more confident than I feel. Feel free to stop by my office anytime you have questions. For now, get some rest and take a moment to read through your welcome pack. It has everything you need to know to get ready for classes. Oh, the other thing that I remember is that you get to choose which classes you take, which is part of the stat raising thing. Which I also enjoy. As soon as I'm alone in the room, it finally hits me how exhausted I am. Even if I weren't completely bombarded with the biggest life-changing event ever, it's still nearly 4 AM. Oof. Yeah, what a wild time as well to have to suddenly go through all of this. Like, your brain would not be in peak condition. Or it should be by normal human time anyway. I wonder if we, like, traveled through time as well as space? Like, I don't know, is that possible? Or does time just work differently? We just moved to... We teleported, but to, like, a different time zone. I mean, that's basically traveling through time, right? I lie down on the bed and find it surprisingly comfortable. I guess they have only the best for such elite students. Sorry, I'm just going to grab my jumper. I took it off before, but now I'm chilly. Seeing his ass is going. Before I know it, I am fast asleep. That was me this morning, trying to wake up and just passing out instead. I slept in for like 3 hours. It was crazy. Ooh, I like the nighttime version. I don't remember this background art. Maybe it was updated or maybe I've just forgotten, but I don't remember seeing the other building in the background. That's cool. I'm not sure how long I was asleep, but I'm jolted awake by the sound of hard footsteps pounding through the room. I open my eyes and focus on the unfamiliar space around me. I'm in my Serenvale dorm room, my new home, and now there's an unfamiliar face staring at me. Guys, there she is. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to wake you up. I tried to be quiet, but, well, just, I love her outfit so much. I love her. I love everything about her. Look at her hair. Look at her accessories. Look at her the outfit. Did I mention the outfit? She looks down at her absolutely enormous boots. No one could possibly walk quietly in shoes like those. Mood. I love boots though. This must be my roommate, the person I'll be sharing my space with for the next year. I've never had a roommate before. Ooh, I'm excited. Like, if my roommate walked in and she looked like that, I'd be like, fuck yeah, this is gonna be the best year of my life. I'm pretty excited. I've always wanted to have a roommate. Back home, I lived alone. Not even a pet to keep me company. Oh, me right now. Living alone with no pets. Can I borrow her chunky boots? They sound amazing. I imagine nightly slumber parties and someone to tell all my secrets to. Okay, maybe not quite like that, MC. I sit up, fully awake now. It's okay, I was just dozing a little. You're Una, right? My new roomie? That's right. Seems like everyone knows who I am, but I'm still completely in the dark. Well, I just found out about you like an hour ago. I mean, I only just found out about this whole thing about an hour ago, so... My last roommate dropped out or went on permanent vacation or something. I'm not really sure. Okay, but why? This bed has been empty for a few weeks. It's nice to have it filled again. It gets too quiet here, just me alone with my own thoughts. My thoughts can get pretty loud. Same. Oh gosh, I totally forgot to introduce myself, didn't I? See, I can't... These names... Rayla? Balanos? I'm in my second year here. I'm gonna say Rila. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. Nice to meet you, Rila. Rila sits on her bed, pulls off her massive boots and drops them loudly to the floor. Then she pulls her legs up crosswise and leans forward to look at me. So, you're our first human magic user in like 100 years, huh? You must be freaking out. Straight to the point, huh? It's kind of my way. Well, honestly, I haven't had a lot of time to freak out, but it's definitely a lot to take in all at once. No kidding. I heard they just picked you up earlier today, but there's no freaking out necessary. You've got me to help you adjust. I'll be like your advisor. I've always wanted to have a greater purpose. Well, thanks. I'll take any help I can get. I love her guide. Rayla seems nice and completely normal, but as I've learned so far, the standards of normal here are quite different from what I'm used to. So, what are you? Wait, where are the writers from? For this game? Different from... is how I always word it, but then when I started working with American writers and American, like, creators, I learned that American English, it's standard to say different than rather than different from. Which is, like, not a big deal, I don't know. I just got excited to see different from because that's how I always learned it as well. So, what are you? Oh god, that sounded really rude, didn't it? Yeah, I don't know if you're meant to go around saying, like, so what are you? What creature from fairy tale are you? If I were the type to be offended, which luckily for most of the people at the school I'm not, that might be a rude question. But I don't mind, it's understandable that you'd be curious. From what I've heard, humans hardly know anything about us rads anymore. But rads? Short for radiance, that's just what some of us say. Only the rad ones, am I right? I'm a dryad, a nature guardian, you know? Wow, a real dryad? That's amazing. Oh, don't get that excited, it's not that cool, trust me. My magic is mostly tied to plants, you know, talking to plants, making things grow, stuff like that. Well, it sounds pretty cool to me, yeah. That literally, just like, it's not that cool, and then just lists a bunch of really cool things that she can do. If I wanted to run a botanical gardens, maybe, but I have plans much greater than that. I just need to figure out what those plans actually are. Wait, mood. Anyway, you're slightly correct. You probably shouldn't go around asking people what they are unless you want to drive everyone away. I guess you could say it's an impolite question to ask in our culture. If someone trusts you enough, they'll tell you on their own. Fortunately, most people in school are an open book. You want to know? Ask me. I don't mind being impolite. Did you get your class schedule yet? I want to see if we have any classes together. This is like literally the kind of friend you need when you like go somewhere new and you don't know anybody. I reach over to my bedside table where I'd left the welcome packet I was given on my arrival. Inside is the school handbook, a map of the grounds, and finally the paper I was looking for, my course schedule. Glancing over it, I noticed some familiar subjects I might expect to see at any university, but sprinkled amongst the mundane classes were a few I definitely did not have at my previous school. It seems I have a set list of required courses I'll be taking, but there are a variety of electives listed as well. So this is the part I was saying before, where you get to choose some of your classes, it's the electives and that affects your stats. Let me see. Ooh, we have Radiant History together. It's a beginner course, but I have so many impossible classes this year that I chose it so I could have a little breather. Of course, you've got your specialty class on Friday. Specialties are always on Fridays. That's psionics in your case. Mine is elementalism. They think we should learn about all the elements and not just our own, but you don't have to worry much about that. I wonder which electives they gave you to choose from. Ooh, you've got some interesting choices. How do the electives work? Serenvale's elective system is pretty cool. After you're done with your standard scheduled classes, you can attend any elective you want. You've just got to sign up for the class at the beginning of the week. You can take the same elective every day or switch it up. I'm playing Jack Shun at the moment, and it has a similar thing where you get to pick your class for that day and it affects your stat. It really just depends which skills you want to focus on. There are no elective classes offered on Wednesday because that's club activity day. You'll get to pick your club in the next couple of days. And that's it. Does it all make sense? Let's just say I'll figure it out as I go. That's a great life philosophy. I mean, that's literally what I do. I don't really have plans. I just kind of do things and make it up as I go along. Well, enough chit chat for one night. I should probably get to bed. I have to be up at dawn for nature communion. She pauses to give me an exaggerated look of disgust. Man, like, I love her to pieces, but also I would kill to be a dryad. And you probably want to be rested for the first big day. You're starting classes tomorrow, right? I glance at the ornate clock sitting on the bedside table. At least the clocks seem to function the same here. It's 9 PM. That means I napped for over 4 hours. However, despite my short nap this afternoon, I find that I'm still pretty tired. I mean, yeah, you like had that huge adrenaline rush. You'd be crashing from that, and it was like 4 AM. And Rayla is right. I have just arrived, but I'm expected to start classes tomorrow. I'm going to need all the rest I can get. I just hope I can sleep. Ta-da! I'm pretty sure. Yeah, here we go. Because remember, guys, we're in Oracle now, so we get vision. Although I didn't pick up any of that. There was like an eye and like a person. Was there like a vial as well? That was all I saw. But now, because we're like officially into the game's calendar, we got week 1 Monday, so we get like a little reminder up here. If you guys have ever played like Persona or like games like that where you kind of like it's mostly visual novel and then have like the little calendar thing, get to choose your electives and raise some stats and stuff, it's kind of similar to that. I wake with a start, inhaling so quickly that I nearly choke on the air, although Persona's not really visual novel-y. It has like story bits and visual novel bits, but it also has a lot of like combat. What was that? Was I dreaming? No, that did not feel like a normal dream. It felt more like a signal being broadcast directly into my mind. The images I saw were quick and fleeting, like watching a movie on super fast forward. It was over almost as soon as it began. So in the demo, it didn't like really go too deep into our visions, at least not from what I played of it. So I am curious to see how it plays in because it's a hard trope to fit in to a story because you want to like make the visions important and like foreshadow things. But you don't want to like give away too much. So it's a difficult balance. So I'm interested to see how that develops, especially seeing as this is a visual novel, right, where there are multiple branches and potential endings. Was that a vision? It must have been. That's the only explanation for that strange sensation. However, if that's how all my visions are going to go, I'm going to have quite a lot of trouble making sense of them, and probably a lot of headache. I glance over at the bed next to me, sure that I've woken my new roomie with my panic gasps, but the bed is empty. Oh, that's right. Rayla mentioned something last night about having to be up at dawn. I must have been very tired to miss the exit this morning, with her clumpy boots. Today will be my first day of classes at Serenvale. All of this happened so fast, my head is still spinning. Ooh, music. As I crawl out of bed, I notice a small package is sitting on the desk. It's addressed to me. When was this delivered? I mean, the window's open. Maybe it was Al's. I open the box gingerly and find a neatly folded jacket and skirt inside. Both are accented with a pale blue. There's also a note. I unfold the paper and read aloud. This is your Serenvale school uniform. Hold on, I think the music might be with settings. I'm just going to turn the music down just a little bit. Please wear this during school hours. Don't worry, this special garment is self-cleaning, so this is the only one you'll need. Rat at Post Malone concert, but hi, okay, bye. Oh my god, enjoy! Have the most amazing time. Thank you for stopping by and saying hi. I want to hear all about it though afterwards. Signed, Headmaster Balin. Self-cleaning? Do I even want to know how that's supposed to work? I take the clothing out of the box and slide into it. It's not really any surprise that the uniform fits me perfectly, because of course it does. Look how cute we are! I love the uniform. I guess I'm ready to go then. I'm officially a student in Serenvale. Dude, I can already tell I'm gonna get so obsessed with this game and the setting, and I'm gonna end up making an OC for the school. I'm so obsessed with it already. I can feel it. I can feel my brain tingling. The obsession's kicking in. First things first, I've got to choose my electives for the week. Oh, alright. See, the only thing I don't like about this is that you only get to pick 4. There are 5 classes, which means you can't just do one of everything, which hurts my brain because I want to try all of them. I mean, you can because there's multiple weeks, but still. Alright, I gotta choose. I gotta make a choice. What do I do? I mean, zoology I have to, because it's animals, and I love animals. And, like, considering what I actually enjoy, IRL, I think we have to go calligraphy and symbology, because I literally studied languages at uni. And I'm a writer, so we'll go calligraphy and symbology. So then we've got to pick between chanting and geomancy. So what stats do they give? The study of the energies of the earth improves your control and power, or the art of control through the recitation? Again, another word that I've only read before and never said out loud. Of power words. Improves your charm and leadership. I mean, like, charisma is an important skill, but... Oh, wait, there's also astrology. I'm so dumb. There's actually 6. I totally blanked because it was the one on the left that was already... Oh, wait, no, we have to pick astrology. I love astrology. Okay. That's that chosen then. So there's 6, which means you can... Oh, there's too many cool things. I want to learn all of them. Alright, confirm. I don't know why I thought that was like the just you don't have anything selected button. I'm telling you, my brain, it doesn't work. I need to go to the witchcraft school for dummies. Not this prestigious academy. Okay, electives chosen. Let's get this day started. What time is it? I glance over at the clock and my heart leaps out of my chest. Oh no, I'm supposed to be in class in 15 minutes. Gotta run. sprinting time. And maybe I should have picked the background choice where we like to go for jogs in the park. I nearly trip over myself as I scramble to gather the things I need for class. With no time to unpack my belongings, I don't have any of my usual necessities ready. Gotta just chew gum and, I don't know, spritz some sort of deodorant or perfume on. Hastily, I glanced at my reflection in the mirror and raked my fingers through my hair. It's passable, I suppose. So much for making a stellar first impression. Honestly, IRL, my hair, even when I've brushed it, looks like it hasn't been brushed, so I just braid it. Braid it tight back. Like I said, spritz with something, chewing gum, off you go. Easy peasy. Which way was the class hall again? Oh, please don't ask me to actually remember game. Okay, good. I was gonna say, I don't remember things. I yanked my class scheduler map from my bag and peered down at it, trying to remember where Professor Balin had told me the class buildings were. I proved to be pretty good at running and reading at the same time. Not relatable. If I keep up this pace, I should make it there without being late. Jinxed. It's definitely been jinxed. Let's see, my first class is Ancient Languages. We actually get to do the class in game because I want to learn Ancient Languages. Room 3B. Despite my best efforts, there's just not enough time for the trek from my dorm house to the class building. No. Oh. But to be honest, when I went to uni, I was late to like every single class. I always had to do that walk of shame, where you like gingerly open the door and poke your head in.
Ooh.
Ooh. Hello, how are you? I was just saying when I went to uni, I was late to every single class, and so I'd have to like poke my head in and like try and quietly, like clinging to the edge of the room, sidle up to one of the rows and like find an empty seat on the edge on the aisle and just like slowly sink down into my seat and try not to make eye contact with anyone. So I have been in MC shoes many times. I find my classroom with little trouble, but I'm not terribly surprised to see that class has already started. I do not even need to look at the time to know I'm late. No hope of getting in unnoticed. Hey, you just got home from work. How be ye? I am doing well. I've had a very weird start to the day because I like slept in but also didn't. Like, I don't know, it was weird. I kept falling asleep and then waking up and doing some things and then falling asleep again. But I've been excited to play the Radiance since the Kickstarter, which was a while ago. So I'm very excited to be playing it finally. How are you going? How was work? When I enter, the entire room stops to look in my direction. Oh, and the Radiance is a... So we've just shown up as an Oracle. So basically, we weren't magical, then we witnessed the death of the Oracle and we got their powers, so now we started to get visions. And we've gone to this academy for Radiance, who are like people from races that are based on like things in fairy tales, or the fairy tales were based on them, but there's like sirens and dryads and stuff like that. So we're learning how to do magic basically, which is very cool. Even the professor, an older, slightly plump woman, stops in the middle of her lecture to look towards me. And presumably at some point we'll fall in love, but we haven't met most of the love interests yet. We've met the hot headmaster, and we've met our roommate, but there's more. I pause momentarily, unsure how I should react to my newfound attention. Oh, and you get to make choices that like... Oh my gosh, Moss? No way! Moss, hello! Moss, man of Moss. Hi, hello, how was Baldur's Gate? How far into the game are you now? Moss man of Moss. Thank you so much for the raid. Mid or mint? Oh, wasn't this from you?
Yeah, I know, right? The true nemesis of the entire campaign. Kane. Oh god. No! No! Not like this!
No! Not like this, no. I'm sorry. Your moment of defeat was clipped for you to forever have to relive it. Wasn't this from your affiliate anniversary stream? Work was busy as usual. Sundays are like that. Why are Sundays busy? Yes, Moss, thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. I hope your stream went well. I finished my first semi-major quest in Baldur's Gate 3. Ooh, hell yeah. How did that go? How is your Spore Druid going? Such a cool character. But yeah, I do appreciate the raid so much, but obviously if you've just had your stream and you need to rest, to eat, drink, or whatever, then please go do that. We are playing The Radiance, which is a visual novel slash like stat raising thingy. Like you get to pick classes that affect what skills you're good at, and you get personality traits like polite, which is why it's coming up with polite in brackets for one of them. Um, but it's basically like a magical school. So we witnessed the death of the previous oracle, which means that we've inherited their powers. So now we're the oracle, but we know nothing about any of this world because we were a regular human until like yesterday. So we're now learning about the Radiants, which are people who are based on myths or creatures from myths and legends like dryads, sirens, things like that. And I gave those examples because we've already met a siren. Our hot headmaster is a siren, amazing, and our roommate is a dryad. But we'll meet others as we get further into the game. We got to choose like our club and things like that. So there's like the overarching story. There's the whole like magical school system, and the romance arcs as well. It was great. Got to level 4 and finally started fighting some actually tough enemies. Hell yeah! Ah, that's so cool. I've been checking in every now and then, but like, there's just so much story that like I feel like I always miss so much. But anyway, everywhere closes soon, so I got to go grab food. Yes, go eat. Go get some tasty things, and enjoy the rest of your day, night, whatever time it is for you. Thank you again for the raid. I really appreciate it. If anyone isn't following Mossman Man of Moss, then go do that. He's a lovely VTuber and a lovely person. He likes wrestling. He's much better at like games than I am. And has been playing Baldur's Gate 3 recently. So definitely go check him out if you haven't already. Enjoy your dinner. I assume it's dinner? Whatever meal it is. Do I go with the polite option seeing as I chose the polite trait? Or do I give a 12? That's way too bold for me. Rush towards the first empty seat without a word. I mean, that's probably... No, see, that's what I would do if no one had looked at me, but because everyone's like turned and looked at me and stared at me for being late, I would feel like I'd have to say something, so I would be like, sorry for being late, and then try and awkwardly duck into an empty seat and pretend none of this ever happened. The professor is probably a reasonable woman, and I certainly did not mean to show up late for my first day, so I decide an apology is in order. I approach the professor's desk and give her an apologetic look. Oh no, I wouldn't approach the desk, I would just stand in the door and just be like, sorry, I'm late. Give it 12? No way! I'm so sorry for being late, Professor. You see, The professor holds up her hand to stop my explanation. I'm not bold enough to give a 12. I respect anyone who is, but I would not. I would never. No need to explain yourself. Just see to it that it does not happen again. I'd love to promise that, but I'm always late. Yes, Professor. What was it RJ said to me the other day when I was late to our not video call, our voice call that we had planned? They said that I'd be late to my own funeral or something like that. I think I was like 20 minutes late. Oh man, I feel so bad. Normally I'd have to give you demerits for your tardiness, but I'll let you off just this once. What? Don't penalize me for being late. I swear I try to be on time. I bow my head in thanks and start to move towards an empty seat when she stops me again. Now, please have a seat. She does not have to tell me twice. I slide into an empty seat towards the middle of the room, trying to avoid the many eyes on me. After a moment of awkward buzzing from the students, the professor clears her throat loudly. Shall we continue today's lesson? Ancient languages turns out to be more about magic than actual language. I'd expected to learn something like Latin or maybe Sanskrit. I actually did take some classes in ancient Egyptian hieroglyphics when I was at uni. I studied Middle Egyptian. It was really, really cool. I just had to drop it because they wanted us to do weekly translation assignments, and the workload was a bit too much with some of the other subjects that I had going on. But it was I still have the dictionary actually. However, today we discuss ancient runes and their uses in magical rituals. Apparently runes can be used by anyone, radiant or otherwise. Noted. Okay, I'll try it. I actually have runes, now that I think about it. I just don't know where they are since I moved. They're in a box somewhere. But I have a little bag of like stones with runes on them, the Nordic runes. However, due to their power and ease of use, the use of runes are now heavily regulated in Radiant society. I've heard of runes before, but I dismissed them as something ancient cultures created to explain the unexplained. I never expected them to actually work. I take notes furiously, realizing I have a lot of catching up to do. Time for my first elective class. Wait, what did we choose for the first one? Oh, was it zoology? We get to hang out with animals now? Hell yeah. Zoology, level 1. As expected, zoology is the study of animals and how to care for them. Care for magical creatures, am I right? However, the array of creatures we will be studying contains some very unfamiliar specimens. I recognized the names of some creatures I thought were just a fantasy, such as unicorn or a phoenix, but others were completely foreign to me, such as the Atobopas and the Ahuizotl. What are those? Hold on, I need to Google these. What is it? The Catobopas. I'm not pronouncing that. Wait, it says it's in 5th edition D&D. A legendary creature from Ethiopia, first described by Pliny the Elder and later by Claudius Aelianus. Oh, that's creepy looking. Have the body of a Cape buffalo, scales on its back, and the head of a wild boar, which always points downward because of its weight. That's wild. And the Apuizotl, I'm assuming is like a Mesoamerican one? Aztec mythology. Said to lure people to their deaths? Interesting. Friend of the rain gods. It's most likely a water opossum. Spiny aquatic thing. Man, that's cool. I learned a little about ancient Egypt and hieroglyphs when I was on the opening crew of Revenge of the Mummy, a roller coaster at Universal Orlando. That's so cool. I love ancient Egyptian history. That was one of my majors. I studied linguistics, ancient Egyptian history, and French, but I don't really remember any of the French that I learned. You play the Sweet or Bruise demo, seen Zero, not far into the game yet. But you love it? Oh, hell yeah. Also, hi. Hello, Princess Emily. How are you going? I love the Sweet Corp Bruise demo. And I loved Zero, but I think from what I remember, you were more interested in Kingsley, right? Yeah, you meet Zero first and then Kingsley, so hopefully you enjoy that part when you get up to it. I'm glad you love it already, though. I think it's great. I love Sweet Corp Bruise. I can't wait for that full game. That's another Kickstarter project, actually. See, this one was the start. The Radiance, and then since then I've backed so many games on Kickstarter. There's just so many cool ideas. Yes, he's your type? Yeah, I thought so. I really love Zero though, actually. I thought I would like Kingsley more, but then when I looked into it I was like, oh, but Zero though, I don't know. He's just got that energy. Since a lot of these creatures are very dangerous, most of our first lesson is purely academic. Eventually we'll be allowed to interact with some of the more docile creatures. I sure hope it's a unicorn. That would be so cool. My academics is increased by 4. My force is increased by 4. Nice. Hey, can I see my stat? If I like open the menu? Profile, here we go. Ooh, merits? Oh no, they're tracking my grades? This isn't gonna go well for me. Dude, my stats are so low though. I've got 1 theory, 1 endurance, 5 academic, 1 charm. I wonder if those are because of the personality traits that I chose. But my highest is academics, which I mean is probably accurate for me too. I am somewhat of a nerd. Fortunately, my first day of classes at Serenvale passed without any additional trouble. However, now I am completely lost. Somehow I took a wrong turn coming out of a classroom building and now I'm in a completely empty and completely unfamiliar corridor. Same. My sense of direction is terrible. I stop to pull my school map from my bag. I dig around for a few moments before I realize the map is not there. Did it fall out at some point? I give a big sigh and attempt to retrace my steps. This place can't be that big, can it? I don't know, man. Not only is it a giant old building, it's also a magical one. Wanna bet there's like random wings that like make you walk in circles for eternity or something like that. I take a left turn down another corridor that sort of looks familiar, but as I move further down, I realize it just looks identical to the corridor I was just in. Frustrated, I turn back around and head the other direction. Every door in this section of the school seems to be locked, as I discover when I try to open a few. If only there was someone here to ask for directions. Foreshadowing, is someone about to pop up? A love interest. Up ahead, I notice a light coming from one of the doors. Maybe there's someone in there. I jog towards the door, my feet echoing loudly on the cold stone floors. As I reach the door, it suddenly opens. I let out a yelp of surprise. Who? Emo boy? I see you. So brooding, my type. A tall figure is standing in the doorway. It's a student. At least, I think it is. He looks to be only slightly older than I am, but his eyes seem to be ageless. What was I saying? Huh? About an emo edgy boy, potentially brooding and angsty, who would suit the vibe of the dark swirling mirror? Huh? Huh? He's wearing blue, which means he's in the same psionics thingy as me, right? Or azurite, or whatever it's called. Fortune telling, much like being able to see the present at any time. Huh? All I'm saying. Kind of matches the mirror. Oh, sorry, I wasn't expecting the door to open. Why are you running down the hallway making all that racket? I'm kind of lost. I was trying to get back to the dorm house, took a wrong turn and... Well, you shouldn't be here. This wing is off limits to students. Then what are you, my dude? Aren't you a student? That's what I'm saying. He doesn't answer. He just closes the door behind him and begins walking down the hall, away from me. I hesitate for a moment, but it's long enough for him to notice. Well, don't you want me to show you the way to the dorm? Oh no, I love him. Oh yeah, that'd be great. Then hurry up, before I change my mind. Jeez, what's with this guy? Despite my feelings towards his attitude problem, I know it'll save me a lot of time to follow him, so I bite my tongue and quicken my steps to catch up with him. So, what happens in this wing of the building? Why is it off limits? That's not something you need to concern yourself with. Bao's so mysterious and he knows so much more than me. That's so hot of him. Hey, I'm just curious. No one told me about any restricted areas of the school when I took the tour. So then you are new here, Miss... Tempest. Una Tempest. And yes, this is my first day, so I'm still getting used to this place. There's still a ton I don't know. I was not aware Serenvale was accepting new students. It does not happen very often. I mean, you haven't heard that I'm the new Oracle? Wild. What are you, living under a rock? Does he really not know I'm the new student? Everyone else seems to have gotten the memo about the new Oracle in school. However, this guy seems to be clueless. Because he doesn't have the time or energy to, like, burden himself with trivial matters. The common people, you know? All the normies. He's busy thinking about much more important and intellectual things than gossip. Should I tell him? Or would it be better to remain anonymous for now? I mean, everyone else knows. There's no reason why it needs to be a secret, right? I mean, he's being mysterious, so we could be mysterious back, but... Wait, am I being scheming or genuine? RJ was right. I'm like, I could just tell him my whole life story. That seems fine. Rather than being coy and maybe keeping some things to myself. I don't know. But also I want to date him. I'm just gonna tell him. It's fine. RJ never needs to know that I proved them right. I've actually been sent here for Oracle training. You are to be the next Oracle? That must mean Sabine has passed. Oh no! I forgot that dropping that bombshell also kind of means dropping the news that someone died. Maybe it was a bit insensitive. Sabine, that's the first time I've heard the name of the girl from the street. Somehow knowing her name makes her death even sadder to me. You'll need to be very focused if you intend to become the next Oracle. Listen, my dude, I don't intend anything, this just kind of happened to me. So I've been told. His eyes study me intently. He's definitely trying to size me up. Have you experienced any of the Oracle's abilities yet? Funny you should say that. I had a wild dream last night. I'm pretty sure I had a vision this morning, but I couldn't make sense of it. No, I suppose you wouldn't. I'm not sure how to respond, so I remain quiet. I'm having a really hard time deciding this guy's feelings. Somehow everything he says sounds like an insult. I mean, I think he's probably just a little socially oblivious, if you know what I mean. Well, Serenvale is the correct place for you if you intend to take your studies seriously. Be careful how you choose to spend your time in this place. What do you hope to accomplish in your time at Serenvale? What is this, a job interview? Or maybe this guy just sucked at small talk. However, I consider his question seriously. Honestly, like, that's a helpful thing to point out, right? Like, you gotta make a bunch of decisions, you gotta figure out, like, what your goal is. Ooh, I want to learn everything. I don't really know. I want to focus on my discipline, or I want to have a good time. I mean, I don't really know is probably the honest answer, right? But like, me, I just want to learn everything, because that's what my attitude would be as soon as I get there. I'd be like, all of this is really, really cool. I want to learn as much as possible about everything. So I think I'm gonna go that one. I just want to learn anything and everything Serenvale has to offer. He looks at me, eyes slightly narrowed. I feel like that probably wasn't the correct answer for him, but oh well. It was the truth. And apparently I am genuine after all. Not a bad idea, but you'll need to do more than that if you plan to get anywhere in this world. I need to do more than learn? You need to focus. Oh, well... I'm fucked then. Those that do not will find they're not prepared. Prepared for what, exactly? Everything. Huh? Well, that's a completely unuseful answer, right? We arrive at the dorm house moments later. I should have paid more attention to the route we took instead of chatting. Me. I turned to thank my escort, but he's already walking away. No goodbye, no nothing. I didn't even catch his name. Wow, so mysterious. Love that. I stand there for a moment, watching his tall form walk briskly back towards the direction we came. Una! I hear my name being called and I whirl around to see my new roomie Reela rushing towards me. What were you doing with Arian just now? Who? Oh, that guy? Well, I got lost and he was just showing me the way back to the dorms. He walked you back to the dorms? Yeah, I lost my map, so I ended up in some weird empty wing of the school, and... Arian never talks to underclassmen. I'm pretty sure we're invisible to him. Really? Well, I'm new, so I guess maybe he just doesn't know who I am? Oh, he knows. He pretty much knows everything around here, except he didn't know that I'm the new Oracle. Or maybe he did, and he was testing me. Maybe it's just as well I told him then. I mean, if he is the mirror man, then it would make sense that he knows, right? Aside from being top of every class, he's also Professor Balin's student assistant, so he gets special access to student records and things like that. Well, that explains how he's able to hang around in an area that is off limits to students, but I'm pretty sure he didn't know who I was. Yeah, I don't know, like, I think... He didn't seem like the type to lie or test people. I feel like he didn't know. I feel like he was being honest, but who knows. Maybe he was just busy with something the past couple of days and didn't hear, because it hasn't been that long since the whole Oracle death thing happened. He's sort of a celebrity around here. It's pretty much assumed he's going to go on to do great, amazing things. Must be nice to have everything all figured out. Me, on the other hand. Listen, Rayleigh, you got time. He didn't seem very friendly. Well, of course not. It's hard to relate to us peons, isn't it? But you have to admit, there is something about him. I mean, I don't even like guys, but I can admit he's got that strange allure. Really gets it. I have to agree, or I don't think so. I mean... See, I don't know, like, how much you have to really focus on one character to end up romancing them. I don't know if I can just be nice to everyone and then... Well, focus. He did say I have to focus, right? Maybe he just meant school. I don't know. I don't know who I want to date yet is the problem. But, like, I think he has a mysterious allure, so I'm gonna go with I have to agree. I'm gonna follow my heart, and if that means that I end up with nobody because I couldn't choose, then so be it. I think about it for a moment, and I have to admit she's correct. Despite his cold attitude, I find myself intrigued by him. You're right, it's a bit strange. That's not part of his abilities, is it? You know, natural allure power and all that? Definitely not. He's an Azurite, but if his abilities had anything to do with ensnaring the hearts and minds of others, I'd know. Actually, I think his abilities are of the precognitive nature, just like you, so perfect match? Maybe? Ooh. She wiggles her eyebrows at me. He'll have to get a serious attitude adjustment first. It's fine, we can fix him. Maybe you're just the one to bring it out of him. See? What did I say? Reela gets it. We reach our room at last and Reela immediately flops into the bed, giant shoes still on. I feel like doing the same. I survived my first day, but I am beat. I can tell that the weekday classes are going to keep me very busy, and I'm already looking forward to the weekend, which is completely empty on my schedule. Only, I'm not exactly sure what I should do with my free time here. So what do people usually do after classes around here? Well that depends. Most of the overachievers will go to the library to study or practice their disciplines in the classrooms. The Jadeite classroom is always full of those plant-loving nerds after hours. Aren't you a plant-loving nerd? What do you like to do? Usually, I just hang out in the autumn courtyard. Oh, that's right, I forgot this part, but we get to choose, like, other activities to do too, like whether we go hang out in the courtyard or, like, because it's split up into different seasons. But there's also, like, the library, there's also, like, the Great Hall. You can hang out in your dorm room or whatever, and then you, like, get to interact with other characters. By the way, if you decide to go exploring around the campus, I'd recommend bringing a coat. A coat? But it's so warm here. It is here, but this place is located on a cardinal convergence, which means we get all 4 seasons at the same time. What? How does that work? Seasons don't work here as they do where you come from. Ours don't cycle in the same location, they're constant. So if you live in a place where it's summer, it's always summer. I want to live in spring. That would be my favorite season. What? That's crazy. That's just the way it's always been. Serenvale was built on one of the spots where all 4 seasons come together. It makes sense because this school accepts students from all over the place, so everyone gets a climate they're used to. Our dorm building is in the Autumn Quad, so the weather is always quite nice here. The Autumn Courtyard is definitely my favourite place to be after classes. I love that the game's giving you hints, like if you want to date her, go to the Autumn Courtyard. I'd hate to have to live in a place where it's always winter. I've never really liked the cold. Unrelatable, I love the cold. It'd be spring or winter for me, I think. Most people agree, which is why that is where the old building is located. No one really uses it anymore, though there are some rats that like to hang out in the winter courtyard. Those that came from colder climates anyways. What's in the old building? I don't actually know. I've never really been over there since I first came here. I try to avoid the cold as much as possible. Maybe I should go exploring. I don't know anything about this place yet. Right now? Aren't you exhausted? Oh no, not right now. My first day has been a long one. I'll save my exploration plans for the weekend. Good plan. Well, I'm going to take a long nap. Let's chat tomorrow. Good night, Rayla. First day. Crushed it. I love the little transition thingies. Week 1, Tuesday. But I am gonna BRB real quick. Wait, the music stopped? Hold on, I'll get to a point where there's background music so you can at least listen to something and then I'll BRB really quick. I'm awake bright and early, and despite yesterday's exhaustion, I find myself full of energy. Today will be my first real magical class, alchemy. From what I've read in the brochure, alchemy is kind of like magical chemistry. Dude, that sounds so cool. Although I'd suck at it. I don't know if you guys are in my Discord and you saw my attempt at baking, but considering how badly I burnt those muffins, I don't think I should be allowed to do alchemy. When I arrive in alchemy class, I notice there are several stations set up with various bottles of liquids and some very strange looking instruments. It looks more like a mad scientist's laboratory than any chemistry lab I've ever seen. I find a seat towards the edge of the classroom and hurry into it. Oh, there's background music, right. BRB.
Man, those trains pass really quickly. Is that dynamite? Yeah, exactly. Alright, I'm full health. I got armor, I think, here. Wait, where's Kane? Go!
On behalf of everyone here at the WWE, this is Jim Ross saying goodbye, everybody.
was going for the kill, man. I had the weapons. I had
noticed this a while
weapons. I
back,
was going
but you
to
have
kill him
far
with
too many
weapons.
game
I had
modes.
logic.
Sorry to be blunt, but you really stink at this game.
He's just bare standing on, like, at your bedside, and you just hear.
It touched my toenail! Are you serious? And I died?
You upset my law? I can't fucking believe you've done this. You just sent my law and claimed it as your fucking dick music, you piece of shit. Go home. I feel so disrespected. I cannot fucking believe you've done this to me. I'm turning off the lights. See what you've done? You can't. That has my dad's voice in it. Take it back. Take it back. Take it back.
It'll be the day. Who knows? Maybe it'll come sooner than you think. It'll come sooner than you think. Not him coming sooner. Sorry, I misread that. I misread that. I misfucking read that. Oh, not Asher coming. Oh, sorry. That's 18. I'm sorry. Sorry, he doesn't do that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I misread it. That's why I was like. I'm sorry. Oh no.
I scrolled while I was still in the game. Dude, that clip from Christie's stream is hilarious, and her overlay is so cute. You're back, what did you miss? Oh, sorry, I was BRB for a second. I was just playing some clips while I grabbed a snack. Hold on, also, I'm just gonna munch on a snack real quick, so X plays games. I'm actually sitting down to write. Wish me luck. Good luck. Good luck.
It's a tiny
Oh
little
wait, look,
pee-pee.
it's us.
The tiny little what? It's a what? A tiny little what? Well,
Listen,
we know
sorry,
what
wrong
Una's here
tab.
for. We know what Una's here for.
We know what I'm here for, Anna, please. Not for the tiny peepee. Oh my god, that clip was hilarious. I'm just grabbing one of my very, very burnt muffins. Is Bellos here? I almost forgot about his tiny little peepee. I know, I can't believe Bellos has a tiny peepee confirmed. No, he's not here though. He's in Toronto with Fox at the moment. They were out at a sky tower thingy. He sent me pictures earlier of like the view from the top at nighttime. It looked beautiful. But yeah, I think, well, I mean, actually, like, it'd be what, like 11 p.m. for them. So I assume they're back. Well, I don't know. They've been getting kind of smashed, so they could be out drinking or something. Or I think last night they were watching a movie or something. But I think he's got to leave really early in the morning for his commute to the airport. So I wouldn't be surprised if he's just gone to bed. That was fun. This time I want to come to your stream and play again. Hell yeah, do it. I'd love to. What do you want to play? What do you want to play next? You can play another one of your games if you want. I also just have like a lot. I don't mind me just eating, but I mean, you could help me play this one if you want. Because there's a lot of reading. what else am I playing? I haven't chosen one for Thursday yet because I haven't decided exactly what I want to play. I'm gonna see if I can get. It depends when I get paid. If I get paid before Thursday, then Thursday's stream will probably be Baldur's Gate. The other Otome game that got out that you haven't played is A Forsaken Place. Shirtless demon who argues with you the entire time? Oh fuck yeah. Hell yeah. Who are you romancing in this one? Well, I double checked. The Headmaster is going to be out as DLC at some point, but he's not out yet. So not the Headmaster. I honestly haven't decided. Because like our roommate's really cute. But the brooding guy that I just met who's really rude to you is also very cute. And like he's got that emo vibe that I love. The other ones, if I remember correctly, there's a really cute kitsune guy who we're about to meet, I think, in alchemy class. Baldur's Gate's so good, I'm just bad because I got my ass beat by some spiders and I keep restarting the fight for an hour before I give up. Oh no, I'm so sorry. I think I wandered into 2 of a high level spot or something. Oh, that's rough. Maybe you can like level up and go back there? Oh, and there's the flirty guy as well, who I really, really, really love. So I don't know who I'm gonna date in this yet. Otherwise, 10 out of 10, the characters are all hot. Dude, I remember like watching you make your character. Like even when you customize them, I don't like the art is beautiful. Always pick the flirty guys. I know I do love the flirty guys. But also there's a really emo guy. I don't know, man. I mean, if the Headmaster was available, that would be easy choice. I'd pick the Headmaster hands down, 10 out of 10. But I'm gonna have to wait for the DLC for that. Alright, that's enough burnt muffin. Anna, did you see my terrible attempt at baking? I've never been so, like, ashamed. They're terrible. I'm eating them anyway, but so bad. I posted them on my Discord in the IRL channel. YOLO. They, like, I misread the temperature, the oven temperature. I read the one for non-fan forced oven, but then I was using a fan forced oven. So the temperature was way too high. And then I didn't set a timer and I got distracted and left them in for like 10 minutes too long, I think. So they are like burnt to a crisp on the outside, like full on charcoal. But then when I opened it up, like I cut it in half, the inside is really like fluffy. So like 90% of the muffin is actually pretty good. The outside though is just charcoal. But as you said, YOLO. I'm gonna eat them anyway. Alright, alchemy time. Yeah, I should get paid Tuesday or Wednesday. So, I'll probably buy Baldur's Gate, and so Thursday will probably be Baldur's Gate. But if for some reason I do not get it, then... Well, I'm playing Love Spell tomorrow. So I may do more Love Spell depending on how close I get to the end. Or maybe every Hue of You. Because I still want to keep playing that. And I might want to play more of this, so I don't know. I want to get Love Spell too. Dude, it's so fun. I know, there are so many games. That's why I just left it as question mark, question mark, question mark. Because I was like, I will see on Tuesday what I feel like playing. Because literally when I came back to streaming, I was like, alright, I'm going to be visual novels only. And then Baldur's Gate 3 came out, and I was like, visual novels mostly. maybe a little bit of an RPG just as a treat. Because this is a game I'm particularly excited for. And it's like, it's close enough, you know, there's storytelling components, it's fine. Plus it'll be nice to play something that I don't have to read out constantly to give my throat a rest, because I've been needing to take like 1 or 2 days between streams to let my throat recover. I've been talking a lot. Like after the Love Spell one that was like 5.5 hour stream, it literally took me the whole weekend for my throat to feel normal again. So I think I probably do need to add a bit of variety just for the sake of my voice. As the professor turns around and starts writing the day's agenda on the blackboard, I hear a scoffing sound come from slightly behind me. Oh, this bitch. It's not like anyone here cares about a stupid human anyway, or no one cares about you. I turn around in my seat and see the culprit of this remark. I mean, she's hot though. Like, I can't... Oh man, like I want to be mad, but then you see her sprite and you're like, maybe it's fine. A girl with fiery hair and dark rimmed eyes is snickering with a group of other girls while filing her long, dark, painted nails. She's actually filing her nails in class. That's a thing that is happening. Anna, you need to like take notes for Reginald on how to like make rude and snarky hot. First step. Make him a girl. Ignore her, be friendly, or give her some snark. I mean, earlier on when I was picking my character backstory, I said I would ignore people if they were being rude to me, so I think I'm gonna stay in character and just ignore. Like, I don't really care, honestly, what she thinks. I decide it's not worth saying anything to this girl as it's clear exactly what she wants to do. It's clear that's exactly what she wants, so instead I just pretend she said nothing at all. Maybe she'll think I didn't hear. Or maybe I just really don't care what other people think, because that's kind of the truth. Like, I've received some comments in the past, being a person who is online, and I'm literally just like, I just don't care. I don't know. Like, there are a group of people who I do care about and whose opinions I care about, and then there are other people and I'm just like, just have whatever opinion you want. It literally does not bother me. She rolls her eyes at my silence and continues to focus on her nails. The professor doesn't appear to have heard this exchange, as he's still busily writing on the board. The guy in front of me, however, speaks up without even looking up from his papercraft project. This is him! The kitsune! Oh, I love him so much. Isn't he beautiful? Come on, Syndra. Can't handle the attention of someone other than you for once? Oh, shit! Got him. Look at his hair. Oh, see, this is why I can't choose. All the characters are great. The girl's friends laugh despite themselves, and she turns her fiery glare on them before retorting. Shut up, Kai. Aren't you the one who's always doing something stupid for attention? Same. Attention? No. Infamy? Always. Winky face. He looks back at her now, giving her a wink and a smile. Stop! He's too charming. Syndra is anything but pleased, however. She gives me one last mutter of idiot before focusing her attention elsewhere. I want to thank this new stranger named Kai for his defense, but as I'm about to speak, the professor launches into his lecture. Today we shall perform our very first alchemical experiment. Every race of Radiant possesses the skills needed to perform alchemy, only the methods have changed over the years. Wait. Every race of Radiant possesses the skills needed to perform alchemy? What about humans though? Am I going to be able to do it at all? In the beginning we used runic magic to change the element. However, as runic magic has been banned for centuries, we now use more scientific methods to achieve the same purposes. I feel like the fact that they've mentioned twice now that runes are a thing that used to be a thing, but they were too powerful and now they've been banned. I don't know, does anyone else feel like that's foreshadowing? I feel like something's going to come up with runes later. In today's experiment, we'll attempt to transform this simple, plain stone into a sparkling gem. Changing something to another form of the same element is much easier than changing it to another element entirely, but it may take several attempts to refine your process. Since we have only a limited number of stones, I'll be dividing you all into pairs. Miss Tempest, you'll be with Miss Argan. Who? A disgusted noise from behind me. Oh, sorry. I thought that was just a random line to be like, oh, who is Miss Argan? But no, I've just realized it's probably Syndra. I guess I can't ignore her forever, so I'd better make an attempt to work through this. Yeah, there we go. Oh wait, I just remembered how this scene goes. No. Oh well, it leads to... It's worth it because of what happens afterwards, so we'll put up with the annoying bit in the middle. Syndra says nothing as she settles into the seat next to me. Well, I guess we'd better get started. Look at her brows though. Like, those are flawless. How do I get my eyebrows to look like that? She gives a non-committal shrug but says nothing else. Okay, I guess this is how that's gonna go. I glance over our instruction sheet and I'm surprised to see that it's not too far from normal chemistry in theory. I'm supposed to create 2 different mixtures from the list of ingredients, then soak the stone in each for the allotted time. I would be so bad at this. I'd be so bad. So bad at following recipes and instructions. I have to like quadruple check in each step, and even then I will read the wrong temperature for the oven or completely forget to check on them. Oh, I'm getting anxiety just thinking about trying to do this. I don't recognize any of the ingredient names, but it seems most of the items in the lab are labelled. Mixing chemicals can't be too difficult, right? Just got back from walking the dogs, and who is the redhead? Oh hell yeah, I hope the dog walking went well. I love dogs. I used to have one too. and I used to love taking her for a walk. The redhead is Syndra, and she has been awful to us, but she is very hot, so I'm inclined to forgive her. I'm sure she's just, like, jealous or, like, insecure or something, I don't know. Syndra doesn't appear to be making any moves to actually do anything, so I take the initiative. We're supposed to be her lab partner for alchemy, but I don't think she's doing much. Here, you start mixing the first set of ingredients and I'll work on the second part. She shrugs again, glances at her own instruction sheet, then moves towards the ingredient cabinet. Maybe we'll actually get through this okay if the worst she does is give me the silent treatment. I trail behind her, studying my ingredient list carefully. Panicum coloratum? Box elder water? What are these names? Syndra had already found what she was looking for and started heading back to the table by the time I found my first ingredient. With so many similar names, it takes me an eternity to find them all and haul them back to my station. Syndra is lazily stirring her ingredients in a bowl, paying no attention to me as I stumble into my seat, arms full of bottles. Oof. There is no particular order in which to add the ingredients, so I begin by measuring out the first one I come to. Orhian dust? It's a soft grey powder and it smells strangely sweet. What is that? I dump the spoonful of the dust into my bowl and start on the next ingredient. This isn't so bad. It's kind of like cooking, except I'm pretty sure I'd never want to eat anything that's in this bowl. See, she's so cute. Like, how can you stay mad? I can't. As I continue to add ingredients, Syndra looks over at my side of the table. She makes a sort of tittering sound as I dump my most recent item into the bowl. I give her a suspicious look. Ads, missed what you may have said. Oh no! I was asking you how the dog walking went. And saying that Syndra's meant to be our lab partner for alchemy class. But so far she's been kind of a bitch, so she's not really helping. And she was like, I don't know, she said some mean things in front of the other students, but then as you pointed out with your panting face emoji, she's very hot. So as soon as her character sprite appeared, I was like, forgiven. What? Am I doing it wrong? She just shrugs, that annoying smirk still on her face. Guess she's still playing the silent game, huh? Well, if I've made a mistake in the mixture, then so what? It's my first day. What's the worst that could happen? Yeah, there we go. Like Seamus Finnegan. My face is suddenly covered in a thick, lumpy liquid. I look at the table in dismay to see that my bowl has completely exploded, sending the contents of the mixture flying. You never say what's the worst that could happen. Most of it ended up on me, and it smells awful. Syndra's full on laughing now. Somehow she managed to miss the majority of the mess. Only a small splattering reached the sleeve of her shirt. What? How? She's got those hot girl powers where she just, like, avoids getting dirty, like, ever. The professor heads over to my station and offers me a towel to wipe myself off while examining what's left of my mixture. Watching Bloody play Karamu, scaring you with a lot of spiders in the game. Actually, thank you for saying that, because I keep thinking I really want to play Karamu. Oh shit, I dropped my notebook. And then I keep forgetting to play it, so I'm gonna make a note to myself so that I remember. Shadow! Hello, how are you? We have been whisked off to magical school, and we're romancing people. Thick, smelly liquid right on the face. Oh my, Puka, really? That's what you pipe up to say? Hydrate, thank you, I have coffee now. Dog walk was fine mostly. The usual two saw other dogs and went crazy, but we just kept on going. Aww, man, I love dogs so much. You're good, woke up really early. What time is it for you right now? Thank you for the hydrate. 5 a.m.? That is early. I love your emotes so much though, it's so cute. So cozy. We are at a magical school full of people called Radiants, who are based off of like creatures from myth and stuff like that. Like we've met a Dryad, we've met a Siren, I think we've met an Oculi, which is like a magic mirror person. What else have we met? I don't know. There's a few different types of people anyway. I think we've just met a kitsune, although it hasn't been revealed yet. But we're the only human, and the only reason we're here is because we witnessed the death of the last Oracle, and part of the Oracle power means that whoever witnesses their death is the one who inherits their powers. So yeah, we're getting picked on a little bit, but like the girl who's picking on us is really hot, so kind of fine. Feels like you're usually still awake at this hour. Last time I probably hadn't slept. Shadow, no. 5 a.m. is sleepy time. Point of reference is 8 p.m. where I am. Time zones are wild. Yeah, for me it's 1 p.m. We're all over the place. Ah, it appears you've added crushed lanofen instead of liquefied lanofen. That would cause an adverse reaction to the Foyan dust. Oh, of course, my mistake. How silly of me. You slept this time? That's good, that's good. Actually, I have to keep taking off my jumper and putting it back on again. My body can't decide if I'm hot or cold. Yeah, I'm just chilling, snacking on some burnt muffins, drinking coffee, and playing this game, The Radiance, which I've been wanting to play for ages since I backed the Kickstarter a while ago, so I decided not to sleep too late. Puka, I thought you went to bed and you woke up. Did you not even nap? Oh no. I'm sorry. Hopefully you get a bit of rest today, maybe. I mean, I know you've got to go to work, but still. Drink lots of coffee, get through the day, and then sleep really, really well tonight. 10 p.m. where I am. So many different time zones. 1 p.m. Monday for you. It is! Exactly. The art seems very nice. It is, it's so pretty. And I like how it's like partially animated too. The character sprite's beautiful. That's all I managed to say. I'm starting to feel lightheaded from the fumes of the mixture. Oh, and we just exploded our potion by accident. But see, this is the girl who's picking on us. Like, how can you be mad? Like, oh no, don't pick on me. I'd hate that. Sindra has such a big grin on her face. You'd think she'd just won the top student award or something. The teacher glances at Sindra with an appraising eye. Were you not monitoring your partner's progress, Miss Argan? Ooh. Sindra's eyes widen at being noticed. She apparently didn't think anyone would blame her for this disaster. I didn't notice a thing, Professor. I was focusing on my own ingredients. The professor seems to buy this tale, however, I know better. She knew. She knew I was adding the wrong ingredient and didn't say anything. The art in this game is beautiful. It is. I really love it. I like the way that they do the eyes as well. With the like eyeliner and like how it sort of comes off the side. I think it's really cool. I'm gonna say nothing. I'm not a snitch. I say nothing. Tattling on Sindra would just make me look bad to the class and make me more of a target to this red-headed bully. Exactly. Your Central Standard Time? I'm Australian Eastern Standard Time or Daylight Savings Time, depending on what time of year it is. You must read your ingredient list very carefully, Miss Tempest. Even the slightest deviation can throw off the entire project. Next time, ask your lab partner to check your work. This is what partners are for. Wow, blaming me for Sindra not answering any of my questions. Can't handle coffee, makes me tired but unable to sleep. Oh no! No upsides, but a cold shower just before work should do it. Okay, then I hope you have a good cold shower and it wakes you up. That felt like a very odd thing to say, but you get the gist. I hope it helps. I honestly can't technically handle coffee either. It makes me like really jittery, but today I slept in for 3 hours this morning and I was still struggling to be awake, and I was like, I think I will put up with the jitters to at least be conscious. Yes, Professor. I mumble my apology, trying not to catch Sindra's smug face in my peripheral vision. I managed to clean myself up to the best of my ability, but I'm still feeling a bit lightheaded. The toxic smell is starting to burn my lungs. Here, let me help you with that. Green tea for the win. I love green tea. I've actually got some black tea still. Oh no, I finished it. Never mind. I had black tea. But I do have a big box of green tea in my cupboard as well. Especially when I've been doing a stream or something and my throat's sore, green tea with lemon and honey. Perfect. The guy from early approaches, a wet towel in hand. He's so cute. And he's so nice. It'd be much easier to clean that up with this. He wipes down the remainder of the mess, and I already feel a bit better without the toxic liquid covering the table. I attempt to thank him for his help, but instead I'm overcome with a wave of dizziness and stumble backward, falling onto my seat. Oh my god, that scared the shit out of me. Apparently with coffee I've heard like laying down and letting it soak in for like 10 to 20 minutes is what you're supposed to do to get the energy. Oh really? Interesting. Huh, I'll have to try that next time. Sorry, I really need to change that redeem so that it's not just the word nut NUT in any combination because it keeps going off when people type minutes, which it's a very common word to use apparently. And you need to make it so it's specifically the word nut, not just like the 3 letters in a row, because that scares the shit out of me every fucking time. Every time someone's like, yeah, I was waiting for an Uber for like 30 minutes, and then it's just like, ah. Yeah. It keeps going off at the stupidest times over the silliest words. It's meant to be a nut redeem, but yeah, it keeps going off when people are talking about just very normal things. That makes it even funnier? Alright, I'll leave it. And I'll just try to awkwardly explain myself whenever it goes off. It's so loud too. He didn't have to tell me twice. The last thing I need is to pass out here in the classroom. I give him a grateful smile and hurry out of the room. Oh, it's a jump scare. It really is. Ooh. So this is the autumn courtyard. I really like the world building in this game, and like one of the things that they've done is they've made it so that I can't remember the exact words they use, something like a convergence or something, but basically it's every season always, but in like different sections. So we're in the autumn section at the moment, but there's like a spring section, a winter section, and a summer section as well. There's a place I went to that has like 50 kinds of tea, many flavored varieties as well, and they ship. Oh hell yeah! Yeah, we have a store here called T2. I don't know if that's like an overseas thing as well. I assume it is. And they have lots of different kinds of tea, and I like going there to get things. You can't handle coffee, you get hyper. I get hyper too. I just sometimes it's a risk I'm willing to take, you know. I shouldn't let these things get to me, but I don't like being reminded of that feeling of being singled out. I take in another deep breath and immediately start coughing. A strange sweet smoke wafts in my direction. Ayo, someone smoking? Is someone smoking out here? It doesn't smell like any smoke I've ever experienced before. As I'm looking around for the source of the smell, I hear a voice very close behind me. Wait, it's the guy, it's the flirty guy. What is that toxic smell? The voice startles me so much that I whip around on the bench. Wait, this CG wasn't in the demo either! Oh no, he's beautiful. Oh no. I was saying before that I couldn't choose who to romance, but I think I may have decided, like, instantly. Bunny! Hello! Hi! Thank you so much for the raid! Hello, how are you doing? Shout out Bunny's Corner. Welcome in. How was your stream? Shout out Bunny's Corner. Hydrate. Thank you for the hydrate. I shall. You were playing Minecraft. Hell yeah. How did that go?
We have a care package.
We did have a care package. Do your care package.
Oh, you're playing with Finn?
Okay, it's on you.
Oh my god.
I'm drinking.
Finn. Also because I'm getting thirsty? True.
His cheeks.
He's looking right at me. I don't like the gray dwarfs. What are they doing here?
Oh my god. I am getting thirsty. That man is beautiful. Welcome. How are you? I'm doing good. I'm playing a game that I've been waiting for a long time. When I backed it on Kickstarter a while ago, so I'm excited to finally be playing it. We died many times that night. Oh my god. You want hair like that? Oh, me too. Oh, sorry, I accidentally scrolled back when I was trying to scroll in OBS, but, so this is the man. This is him. This is he. The man that we were probably going to be dating, because I was trying to figure it out, and then the CG popped up, and I was like, oh no, he's the flirty guy. And he's kind of rude, but in a really hot way, and like, look at him. Beautiful. But thank you so much again for the raid, bunnies. I hope your stream went well. If you need to go, like, drink, hydrate, eat, rest, whatever, then absolutely feel free. But otherwise, we're playing The Radiance, which is a visual novel with some stat-raising elements as well. And we are at a magical school where we are learning how to use magic, because we were human until, like, yesterday. And now we're an oracle. So we're learning about all of this stuff, but we're also meeting some very attractive people, as you can see, and so there will be romance elements too. I was playing Pixelmon, I was working on my full decks of tiny Pokemon, caught a legendary that was a pygmy. Ooh, hell yeah! That sounds amazing! We love some stat raising visual novels. I do like, I know that stat raising isn't for everyone, but I quite like it. I feel like it adds an extra like bit of weight to the choices. He looks very smug, he does, which I love. I love that in a man. Like you can choose which classes you take, which electives you take, and so some of them will affect like your skill level in certain stats, and some of them will affect like who you get to encounter during like your off time, or the club, for example, you'll get closer to certain characters than others. So just like makes the choices matter a little bit more, I think. I focus on the figure in front of me and see a silver-haired guy grinning at me. A cloud of that sweet yet spicy, sweet and spicy, ayo, smelling smoke hanging in the air around him. I think we both know where the toxic smell is coming from. Oh shit. Almost managed to get hair like this once, silver though, but damn, white looks great. Now I regret it. Do it. Do it. Silver is also very good though. Dating sims, oh boy. Do you like dating sims too? Do you also play them? Because I adore dating sims with my whole heart. I love them so much. And this is literally a dating sim set in a magical school. Like, it doesn't get much better than that. Oh, he's so pretty. I can't stop staring at his eyes. I gesture towards what appears to be a cigarette in his hand, only it's a deep purple color. It doesn't smell toxic exactly. It actually smells pretty good, but that's not the point. You play them on your phone? Which ones? I used to play a lot of mobile dating sim games and like automate games, but I haven't played them in ages because I got a little bit too into the gacha ones. So I had to take a bit of a break for the sake of my bank account. But I have played a lot of mobile games. Me too. I still play Fate Grand Order a little bit, which I know isn't a dating sim. But that one I just can't seem to ever stop playing completely. I played a lot of the Ikemen series games too, although I haven't played any of them in a while. I played a lot of Tears of Themis and Obey Me. I very deliberately did not play Twisted Wonderland because I took one look at it and was like, that's gonna ruin me. So I've been very restrained and just refused to install it. And I played a lot of like Voltage games as well. There's so many though. Better? Yeah, much. I turn around. Oh, he's so pretty, stop. I turn around, still feeling a bit too dizzy to focus on a real conversation right now, but he sits down on the bench next to me. Why am I so weak for the ones with like white or silver hair as well? And he's flirty. See, like, our roommate is so hot though, right? Like, I love her, and I love an energetic guy. I love kitsunes as well, like, beautiful. I love, the edgy, mysterious guy who I'm pretty sure is the Mirror Man. But, like, he's got the amber eyes, the, like, white hair, he's cheeky. I think it's gonna be him. I don't really feel like talking right now, no offense. None taken. Oh, and he's purple, which means he's probably from the Iolite class, right? The one with all the, like, the eccentric ones who have the unique powers that don't fit in any other category. I played the Arcana, Ikemen, Sengoku, and Ottomania. Oh, I haven't played Ottomania. I played a little bit of the Arcana, but I found the monetization a little bit tricky. So I didn't get that far into it. Ikemen Sengoku, though, I've spent a decent percentage of my life on that game. I love that game so much. Mitsuhide from Ikemen Sengoku is my #1 husband out of all of them. Out of every game I've ever played. I love him so much. That's one of my favorite games, I think, Ikemen Sengoku. I love the writing in it and the way it was localized. But he doesn't move. He just sits there next to me on the bench, not saying a word. I can still smell that spicy sweet scent coming off him, but I find that it isn't an unpleasant smell without all the smoke to accompany it. The fumes must have gone to my head because I'm feeling particularly irritated. After a few moments, I decide to break the silence. I'm sorry, but what exactly are we doing here? No, see, I love it when they make us annoyed too. He's got to be irritating, otherwise I'm not into him. What do you mean? You said you didn't want to talk, so I stopped talking. I stopped touching dating sims after getting married, but boy do I want to play again. My husband told me it's okay since we both agreed it's a 2D character. Yeah, I think it's fine. It's different, right? It's like reading a romance novel. It's just, it's a fictional thing. So it doesn't really matter. It doesn't like affect how you feel about real life relationships, I think. That's my perspective anyway, but it is definitely worth checking, I think. But hell yeah. If he says that it's fine, then do it. Do it. I will enable your, I was gonna say your new dating sim addiction, but maybe it's like a relapse. Why would I want to sit on another bench when I can sit next to you? Stop. Already in love. Because I smell toxic, remember? He takes a deep breath as if he's trying to get a better whiff. No way. I kind of like it, like an exotic perfume. Makes you much more interesting. Maybe his power has something to do with smells? I don't know, like what kind of mythical creature or like character from a fairy tale has something to do with like scent? And who said I wanted to be interesting to this stranger? I decided to ignore that comment and change the subject. Shouldn't you be in class? I didn't really feel like going. Wow, that's so cool and edgy and hot of you. So you're just skipping? If you want to call it that. I call it finding a better way to use my time. Oh no, you know what he is? He's that like... The guy who like seems like he's never going to achieve anything, but he's actually like a genius. He'll be like... He'll have like top grades, I promise. He doesn't need to go to class because he's just so smart. It's pretty much the look but no touch rule, with the no touch thing kind of to the next level. You really can't, and if he's agreed, I mean just play him. Exactly! Me too, buddy, me too. I really liked Arcana. I was obsessed with the psychotic characters. Stop. Same. The more psychotic the better, like the more twisted the better. I love me a villain. Smoking in the courtyard is a better way to use your time. You go to sleep, good night, Una. Good night, Princess Emily. Thank you for hanging out. I hope you enjoy the rest of the Sweet Core Brews demo and you get a good sleep. Isn't it? Not if you plan to actually get out of school one day. Yeah, but I'm telling you, he's a genius. He's that stoner genius. The one who like sits around smoking weed all the time, but he's actually like really smart, gets top grades, and it's really infuriating. He cocks his head to the side, giving me a long, scrutinizing look. What's your name? I'm hesitant to give him my name. He's been familiar enough already. You first. Ooh. Oh, okay, MC. I might just grab BlueStacks and play Arcana on stream, but with muted audio. Oh, hell yeah, that'd be cool. Wait, is the audio not allowed to be streamed or something? Maybe the music? I'm Grey. Oh, of course, he has a really cool name too. ... Now's the part where you respond with your name. That's usually how introductions work. God, he's so annoying. It's Una. Like I said, I really like that the character sprites are kind of animated too. So like he did the little nod, and I love that they blink. And it looks like they're breathing too when they're just standing there. I see no sign of recognition in his eyes. He just nods. That smirk still plastered onto his face. I knew you'd have a name kind of like that. It fits you. It does? There's like 2 songs that are DMCA. Oh, okay, which is fine. I have lots of lo-fi that fits the romance theme. Yeah, that's a good idea actually, to stream it just with it muted and then have other music playing in the background. I hadn't thought about that because there's a bunch of games where like I try and upload them to YouTube, the VOD or something, and then it's like, yeah, copyright strike for the opening theme. And I'm like, oh, alright then. It's kind of hard to know though before you start playing it. It means your name fits you. How would you know that? You know nothing about me. DMCA is fine as long as you don't save the VODs, but if you want them saved, yeah, that's a good plan. Yeah, that's true. Or, like, even on Twitch sometimes it's okay. Depends, like, how strict they are on it. It's just... I haven't had any issues with copyright on Twitch, but then when I've had to upload them to YouTube, that's when... I don't get, like, strikes, it just says it's, like, banned in certain places or parts of it are muted or whatever. Weirdly, Careless Whisper, I think, has, like... is banned in Russia or something like that, or the licensing, there's an issue with Russia specifically, because whenever someone redeems the Steamy Sax redeem, and I try to upload the VOD to YouTube, it's like your video has been banned in Russia. because of copyright. So yeah, this, I don't know, it's weird sometimes. Because that's just a sound alert, it's not even the whole song. I'm like, well, sorry for anyone in Russia who was hoping the saxophone man? Yeah. I'm like, well, sorry for anyone who's in Russia who was hoping to watch that specific part of the VOD. Or actually the whole VOD, the whole thing gets banned in Russia. But I mean, like, I figured it's fine. Because I did mute the sound alerts in the VOD by splitting the audio. But then, like, people would try and clip things that were funny because of a sound alert that was redeemed, and then the sound alert's muted in the clip, and it's just like, I don't know. I'll just cop my VODs not being available in Russia, it's fine. The song is DMCA since it was in Eurovision. Oh, that makes sense. Even though it's like a little clip of it though. Oh. Wait, where am I clicking? How would you know that? You know nothing about me. I don't need to. It's, oh, he can see auras as well? Who is this man? What is he? Although we've been told it's rude to ask people what they are. Russia has different rules. Ah. I mean, that makes sense. Yeah, other things as well, like other Ultimate games that I've played, it's just like the opening or the ending cinematic, whatever song they have playing to it is restricted as well. But like my videos on YouTube aren't monetized anyway, so yeah. You can see auras. It's just that iconic, I guess, true. Even just from a few seconds of it. Can't you? Wasn't that supposed to mean? No, I don't think it's normal to be able to read auras. Goose. No. Am I supposed to be able to? Is it like a standard radiant ability or something? Not until then that I noticed the purple accents on his shirt. Yeah. In that, what was it called? Iolite? He's part of the class that Professor Balin called the most rare and interesting. I've been intrigued by that ever since the tour. You're an Iolite. That's right. What are your classes like? I've been wondering what the Iolites are all about. He shrugs and looks away, the smirk disappearing from his face. I feel like he doesn't like class, like at all, so maybe we shouldn't ask him about that. I don't really go to the Iolite classes. Do you go to any of your classes? Not that I can judge. I did the same thing at uni. Not the smoking thing, but not going to my classes. I just played World of Warcraft instead, which is strictly less cool, but also fun. I've been talking about World of Warcraft so much lately, it's making me want to play it again. There's not really anything that they can teach me in there. I feel the mood shift as if a dark cloud has suddenly appeared over us. For some reason, I feel like I've brought up a subject I shouldn't have. World of Warcraft is a fucking jam. I know, I used to play it so much, especially while I was at uni, because I was in a guild with other uni students I knew. Classic or retail. I played retail first, and then I did play classic a little bit when it came out, but by then I was just playing it solo, because that was like years after I left uni. So I didn't really get into it because it is more fun, I think, when you play it with friends, but I miss it. It can be interpreted in different ways. I mean, you get vibes from other people and some see those vibes in different colors. Could be a thing like that, maybe. That's true. It might not be to do with his ability, it might be something else. The sound of footsteps behind me causes me to turn, and I see a familiar face scowling at me. I was in a guild with my dad and his friends. I'm the favorite, so we played mostly classic when it came out. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, I actually used to play World of Warcraft when I was a kid because my dad got it on release day and I had the character on his account, my Orc Rogue. So I played it when I was a kid, but then he switched to playing Guild Wars, like the original one, which I played a lot of growing up. And then when I was older, I got, you were also in your dad's guild? And then when I went to uni, I started playing World of Warcraft again. And that's when I played with some of my friends as well. And then yeah, I tried playing Classic as well a bit later, but that was, like I said, I wasn't in the guild anymore. And I don't know, it just wasn't the same. But yeah, I don't know. Sometimes I'm like, I want to play it again, and then I remember how much time I spent on it, and I was like, oh, I don't think I can anymore. I don't know. I want to, but it just takes up so much time. It was so fun though. I miss my Tauren Druid. What did you guys play? Or did you have like multiple characters? Also played WoW way too much as a freaking drug. Lost so many years to that game. Same. Same. Like I said, literally didn't go to any of my classes. No! Ads, hold on. Alright, alright. Let me type it out. I played Tauren Resto Druid. Oh, that's not how you spell played. I can type, I swear. I was Druid but changed to Worgen. Oh, that's cool. And oh, I wanted to respond to Puka too. Okay. Same. That's why I never went to class. Yeah, ads here as well. No, no, no. I'm excited for Hardcore WoW. Wait, what's Hardcore WoW? Moss, you're a subscriber, so I'm assuming you're not getting ads right now. Moss, tell me, what is Hardcore WoW? I need to know, because I've been, like, ignoring any sort of WoW related news because I don't want to get sucked back into it. But I want you to tell me now. If you die, you lose your character. Wait, what? No way! Ad is over. Welcome back, Puka. Had way too many alts as well, but got to explore many classes. Same. Yeah, my Tauren Resto Druid was my main one. But I had a bunch of other characters too. I played Night Elves. I played every class to fend for myself when I was on my own. I used to send materials all over the place. Yes. Yeah, when I was playing solo, I did that too. I had a bunch of different characters. When I played Alliance, I played a gnome warlock mostly. And then when I switched to Horde, I played a Tauren Druid. Hardcore classic gonna be silly? Yeah, that sounds very silly. I would hate that though. I get so attached to my characters. Feral Resto? Nice. Yeah, with my Druid, I did the same thing. I was mostly Resto, but then I switched to Feral when I was like questing and doing solo stuff. But then I was Resto Druid when I was doing raids and things. Oh, this is making me so nostalgic. Should we all just start a guild? Let's all just play. Who needs time? I don't need to sleep. Or I played Blood Elf since that's the only character my husband enjoyed. The Blood Elves are very cool. I had a Blood Elf hunter when I was a kid. Not a kid, but when I was younger. But I don't know, I just love the Tauren. I love them so much. Oh, I miss WoW now. I'm gonna have to start playing it. Literally came back to streaming, was like visual novels only, and now I'm like, but what about Baldur's Gate 3 and WoW? My first ever was a Night Elf Hunter. Ooh, that's a good combo. Hunter's my favorite class. You can pretty much solo. Yeah, Hunters are really good. Plus you get your companion. I liked Warlock for the same reason, because you could summon your minions, and then it's like having another party member basically. I love my gnome warlock, Nettie. But I felt so annoyed because I realized afterwards that Nettie the gnome, I literally should have spelled Nettie with a G, but I didn't. I spelled it with an N like an idiot. And then the rest of the time I had to stare at my character and be like, I missed out on a golden opportunity for a name here. Can't believe it. Nettie the gnome with an N. Just take the G off. Professor Daniel made me come bring you back to finish cleaning your mess. It's like having another party member. Stop, it is though. You get a little companion to help you out. Oh no, I'm missing WoW so bad right now. I want to play it. I'm gonna have to resist the urge. Can't believe you've done this. Literally me staring at my own character every time I played. Oh, and then one time I got stuck. I found a part of the map where oh my god, not the nut redeem. I actually got the achievement Double Agent where they did the level squish. First thing I did was to write an angry ticket. They responded in like 10 minutes with a laughter. I've never seen anyone with an achievement gone. So I don't know how to do it, but I'll look it up. Really? A day later it was gone? No way. Yeah, I got stuck in a part of the map. I was like, and I sent in a ticket. I was literally sitting in this place. I can't even remember where it was now. And I was like, I can't get out of this area. Help. And they literally sent their character in to like lead me out of the area that I was like in. Like, so whoever I was talking to on the support ticket like actually like logged into their character and like led me out of the spot I'd gotten stuck in. Honestly, every time I had to talk to the support people for World of Warcraft, they were really, really nice. I was just like stuck somewhere like, help me. And then someone showed up and they were like, alright, I'm here. Just follow me. She gives me a look of sheer annoyance, as if it is my fault the teacher had told her to come get me. Alright, I'm coming. I stand up and Gray stands as well. His smirk is back, but this time it's focused on Syndra. I feel like going back, it often feels like the same old, usually for retail, like you experience the new content and then back to the same old. It's very cozy and relaxing somehow though. Yeah, I think for me it's partly the nostalgia, right? Like, I don't know, it feels comforting to go back to it because it is familiar. I liked Classic for that reason as well. I liked going back. I kind of wish though that there was a mode where you could pick different eras of World of Warcraft to go back to, because I would kind of like to just play the OG one. They're nice if you're nice to them, like most people. I suppose they just get so much hate. Yeah, that's true. I think growing up, because my dad never knew what online people were like, I was forced to play Wizard 101 until I was old enough for WoW. Both of them are fine by me. Yeah. No, my dad did the same thing. I wasn't allowed to like talk to people I met in-game unless he was like supervising the conversation. Like, you know what to do and what's up. I guess there's something fulfilling about that. Yeah, and like the world, I don't know, like I spent so much time in the game that all of the world and like the characters and stuff feel familiar as well. And never be able to fully enjoy it again though. The last 5 years of me playing was with my ex, too many bad memories in the end. Yeah, I have a similar thing. The reason why I wasn't in the guild anymore is because I dated the guild master, and then when we broke up it was kind of like, well, I can't really stay in the guild, can I? I do want to play through Classic properly. Me too. I would like to go back into it. I just feel like I don't have the same like time to invest in it. Yikes, drama. I know, can't believe it. Never date your guild master. Doesn't end well. The power dynamic, you know, is problematic. I'm kidding. It was fine, but it was the Classic though. He was the tank, I was the healer. My husband is awake. Take care and have a wonderful night. I hope you all enjoy your time. Thank you so much for the raid, bunnies. Enjoy the rest of your day or night or whatever time it is for you. Enjoy yourself. Take care. It was nice to hang out. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I'd like to go back to it, but I just wouldn't be able to like spend as much time on it as I used to, and so I feel like I wouldn't enjoy it as much. Like, I have a friend who's in a guild and he does like a raid every week, or like a couple of raids a week. But sometimes when I talk to him about it, it feels like he's just kind of doing it to like keep up the habit, I guess. Like it's a commitment rather than something he's doing for funsies. Leveling in Classic is so time consuming. Yeah. But the like questing and the leveling was one of the parts I really enjoyed. And so like, on the one hand, it's like you want to skip, right? So you're max level and you can do the raids and things like that, like the social part. Then that means you skip the leveling part, but then that takes so long, it's like impossible to get to max level 3 leveling now. WoW gets that way. I know. Maybe it's better left in like my memories as a nostalgic thing. But sometimes I'm very tempted. I feel that way with Sims as well. I used to play a lot of Sims, and sometimes I look at Sims 4 and I'm like, man, I feel like playing that again. And then I remember like all the mods that I downloaded and like all the things I'd have to try and like organize, and I don't know. It just feels like, again, that's like an era of my past. Classic WoW was really fun when it first opened up. Questing was very social, especially as a priest healer. Leave it as a bittersweet memory. Exactly, exactly. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I didn't find questing was that social when I started playing Classic WoW, but that may have been because I deliberately avoided people. This made me look up old photos. Instantly found something fun. Okay, hold on, let me see. What is this? Ooh. Is that art of your character? That's beautiful. I love the skull armor. Oh, what's the word for it? The shoulder armor. What are they called? Pauldrons? Is that it? Why did that word pop into my head? Is that the right word for it? With the skull? That's so cool. Who did that? Who did the art? Now, old fiery one. I'm just getting to know my new friend here. It gets to a point where you basically need party members for half the classes. One of my exes, the one I played with. Aww, but at least the art is very cool. Sorry, what was that? It gets to a point where you basically need party members for half the classes, but yeah, that was when it started. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Oh, I miss my druid. It was so fun. I don't know. I'm so tempted to play it, but I shouldn't. I've got so many games I need to play. I don't have time to get back into WoW. But I wanna. Like, I'm saying now, like, no, I'm not gonna play WoW again, but if someone, like, in our community was like, by the way, I'm setting up a guild, does anyone want to join in? I'd be like, I'm downloading, I'm subscribing, I'm installing, I'm there. Syndra turns her attention towards Grey and gives him a dazzling smile. Does anyone truly know you, Grey? Oh god, I stare at my feet, hoping they aren't about to launch into a full-on flirt session. Before it can happen, I speak up. Is he really flirting with Syndra right in front of me? Right in front of my salad? One day? Maybe. I'm not starting it because I'm not going to try and enable everyone's WoW addiction again. But if someone else was like, I'm starting a guild, do you want to join? I would hypothetically definitely be down. This man, I know, I can't believe him. Was I really gone that long? One last picture makes me feel nostalgic even if this one isn't that old. Alright, let me see. Ooh, wait, is this your PC setup? Holy shit. How many screens do you need, my dude? Damn, and look at your stream deck. I have a stream deck, I just haven't set mine up yet. Your setup is so nice. It was sold off most of the things. Fair. Ignore him, focus on Una. You really want me to date Syndra instead? I mean, fair, look at her. She is beautiful. Whoa, look at that animation. Syndra's smile vanishes and she rolls her eyes in my direction. You've been gone forever, so I told him you probably got lost, which is believable enough. I mean, fair, I have gotten lost a few times. Humans aren't known for their intelligence, are they? How rude. Wait, what is she? I've forgotten. Did they tell us? Something to do with fire, I'm assuming. Oh, an Ifrit, maybe? I don't know. Grey looks in my direction, his gaze practically burning through my skull. I want to know what Grey is. Human? Wait, he really didn't know I'm the Oracle. He was too busy getting high in the Autumn Courtyard to know that a new Oracle has appeared and, like, joined the school. Even though that's literally what everyone else is talking about. He's like, huh? There's a human at our school? Like, bro, where have you been for the past 2 days? So this guy really has no clue who I am. He isn't aware of the new human student. I really don't want to have to explain myself right now. So before he can ask another question, I begin walking back towards the school. I love that MC is just having none of his nonsense and I'm here like, sorry, ask me whatever questions you want. I'll talk to you forever. Let's go. But not with Syndra around. I don't want to share. Syndra follows, obviously reluctant to leave the conversation with Grey. Till we meet again, my toxic beauty. He did not just call me that. Stop. Guys, I'm sorry. I know who I'm choosing. My toxic beauty? Best pet name. After the excitement of today's alchemy class, my chosen elective seems like it'll be a piece of cake. What did we pick? Calligraphy? Is it calligraphy today? Yeah! It takes a special sort of agility to excel in calligraphy, but when done properly, it almost makes a person feel more refined. I wish I could actually do calligraphy. I do have a quill, like a feather quill pen, and ink, and I tried to learn, but like even with a regular pen, my handwriting is not good. We begin by going over all the different calligraphy tools. Some are familiar, like the brush with a well of black ink. Others, however, are less recognizable, like the ink that burns the surface it touches. Ooh, creating letters and symbols by scorching them into existence? That's so cool! This ink is apparently very popular in ancient runic rituals, as anything that is written with it is charged with magical power. I want to write runes like that. My composure has increased. And quickness. Maybe I should take calligraphy classes because I don't have much of either of those things. And this is our room! Our roommate is a dryad, so she has all of these like plants and stuff. Wednesday. In the morning, I'm surprised to wake up and see Rila sound asleep in the bed next to me. I think this is the first time I've seen her still in the room before classes. That's kind of cool power, right? As I get out of bed, she stirs. Oh, did I wake her? Was I making too much noise? Look at Rila, guys. See, this is why I was struggling, because I just had that conversation with Grey and I was like, oh no, I love him, he's the one for me. And now immediately I'm back in my room and I see Rila and I'm like, okay, but what if Like, what if we dated our roommate instead? I can't choose. I love all of them. Look at her outfit. Slay, I know. She sits up and looks around the room with a dazed, frowning expression. Morning, sunshine. No tree worshipping this morning? Can we make out with her? She is one of the love interests. She is literally one of them, which is why I'm struggling so much to choose who to romance. Okay, she's a hot, right? Literally, she's so hot. I don't know what I'm gonna do. Let's go. Okay. I'm gonna have to romance everybody. This is all I'm streaming for the next like 6 months, just so that I can romance everyone. Rayla laughs with a bit of first thing in the morning rasp. No, stop, not the raspy morning voice too. I can't. Nah, I'm only required to put in so many hours per week, thank the goddess. I decided to take the morning off. I don't have any scheduled classes until later this morning, so I can finally catch up on some Z's. Well then, what are you doing talking to me? Go back to sleep. No way, we've barely had any time to chat since you got here. I need the dirt. Who have you met? What have you done? Any damning visions about the death and destruction of our enemies? Luckily, I haven't made any enemies yet. Well, except maybe this one girl. We're gonna gossip about Syndra now. Ooh, who was it? There was this girl in my class yesterday who seemed to have an issue with me. Red hair, long nails. Syndra? Yeah, she's not known for her hospitality. She also comes from a family of Ifrits. Oh, I was right. So her scorn is fueled by literal fire. So I wasn't imagining the fire in her eyes then. Not at all. Her type like to flaunt their powers more so than the other Radiants, but you can't really blame them. It's in their nature. Una's going to start a harem? That's the dream. Is there a harem ending? Please tell me there's a harem ending. I literally can't choose. Unfortunately, I've had to put up with her charming personality since we were young. She and I have gone to the same school since we were kids. No fucking way. Those two? They're definitely rivals. I love this. I love the characters in this game. She wasn't always so awful, but things changed. We don't really talk. Why is this giving me Mean Girls vibes? Ifrit are kind of natural enemies to the Dryads. Fire doesn't play well with nature, you know? Fire, trees, kablooey. She makes a gesture with her hands to signify an explosion. So Syndra's an Ifrit, a fire spirit. Her attitude during our first meeting had set me off, but the thought of having an enemy that could literally set me on fire isn't a pleasant one. See, we just have to be friends with Syndra. Friends, winky face. She seems to have some sort of a problem with humans, specifically. Unfortunately, that isn't uncommon. Most of us have never interacted with humans before, only heard stories. But don't fret, I'm sure they'll realize how delightful you are soon enough. Aww, that's so nice. Cool, it's so nice to be the outcast. Hey, that just makes you more interesting. Everyone needs a friend like Rayla. Any other incoming feuds I should know about? Honestly, I haven't had the chance to meet many other people yet. My first week of classes has kept me sort of occupied. Well, the week isn't over yet. Get to socializing and I expect a full report by the end of the week. What good is having a roommate like me that knows everyone in this place if I can't give you all the dirty details? I love her. I promise to keep her informed and she slumps back onto the bed, asleep almost immediately. I can't afford to go back to sleep, however. I've got to get ready to head to my next class. My first class of the day is math, a subject that is refreshingly the same in every culture, magical or not, and unlike most of my other classes so far, it passed with absolutely no drama. Gonna be torn over making out with her and just having her to be like an awesome friend. I know! Because like, I know she gives off really good best friend vibes, but also she's so hot. It's gonna be so hard. I honestly think I'm just gonna have to let the... Nothing wrong with making out with your friends? Okay, true. Booker makes a very good point. I think I'm gonna have to like let my choices decide, or like the story try and like lead me in a particular direction, because if it just straight up says who would you like to date, I'm gonna struggle. They're all so cool. After classes, I'm approached by an overeager student clutching an enormous stack of paper. It's club time. Oh, wait, this person didn't have a sprite in the demo. She's so cute. What? Hello? Excited girl. Okay, that is... Excuse me. Excited girl deserves a name, at least. This is an injustice. Look how beautiful her character sprite is. You're the new student, right? You just started? Yeah, that's right. So she's an elemental student, I think, right? Because of the green? Great, then here. I wonder if this was one of the Kickstarter rewards, actually, because I think there were some people who could design side characters. Maybe she does if you get to know her. I mean, that would be cool. The character design is so pretty. She shoves one of the sheets of paper into my hands. I glance down, noticing the headline. Mystery Club now accepting new members. Shoo. It's okay, I knew what you meant. Maybe that's her name. Maybe her name is Shoo. What's a Mystery Club? It's a new group this year. We meet every Wednesday to discuss the secrets and mysteries of Serenvale. Stop, she's so cute. Help. Does Serenvale have a lot of secrets? Oh yeah, this place is nearly 1,000 years old after all. Have you been to the Winter Court? Oh, I remember who she is now. She's in the Mystery Club. Those buildings have been abandoned for ages. Something has to be hidden there, and our group intends to find out. I love her glasses. Need me some of those IRL. That sounds pretty intense. Are there other clubs around here? The girl wrinkles her nose and her energy deflates a bit. Yeah, there's the Human Technology Club and Wildstones. That's a sport, by the way. However, none of them are as exciting as we are. I love the boldness. Fan canon name now written in stone. Yep. Excited girl is actually called Shu. If you want to see what the clubs are all about, you can peek in on the meetings this evening. They take place in the West Towers. So are you in? Do you want to join us? Well, I'll have to think about it. Dude, why is choosing a club always so hard in these games, though? Someone who plays a lot of visual novels, I hate making choices. Okay, if you decide to join us, come to the club room next Wednesday after class. She scurries off, shoving more flyers into other students' hands. I guess I'll head over to the club building and check it out. As I determine the correct direction to get to the club building, I see the guy from alchemy class along the hall. I think his name was Kai? I wanted to thank him for his help in class yesterday, so now seems like the perfect opportunity. See, and Kai is cute too, and he's a kitsune. Hey Kai. Oh hey, it's you. Looks like you got yourself all cleaned up. Well, that was yesterday after all. Yeah, I would hope I'd had a shower since then. Hey, I don't know your cleaning habits. I'm meaningless and fair. At least he's not assuming or judging. What? That's... So what's up? Just changes the subject. I just wanted to thank you for your help yesterday, with the cleaning and all. Oh, you want to thank me, huh? Well, a great way to thank a person is to buy them dinner. I falter for a moment. I hadn't actually expected him to ask me for something, but I can tell by looking at his face that he is totally serious. He's like, this is a good opportunity to try and get some free food out of someone. Same. Rats! How's Post Malone? If you can hear. I don't know if you're actually able to hear or if you're just typing in chat while you're at the concert. But I hope it's amazing. He was great. Oh, it's over? Oh man. Did you have like the most amazing time? That sounds so like I would love to go to a Post Malone concert. I'm glad he was great though. And not a disappointment. It's a bit of a walk but no shortcut. We can go right now. I'm in the mood for griffin cake. What is griffin cake? Like made of griffins? Or like made in the shape of a griffin? Well, actually, I'm supposed to be heading to the club building right now. Oh yeah, it's Wednesday, isn't it? That means I have to head to the field for Wildstones practice. Wait, he just forgot. He was like, we could go for cake instead of our club activity. It's fine. Maybe you should join the Wildstones club. We are one player short. Wait, the clubs are gonna like influence who you end up with, I think. So if I want to date Kai, I should join Wildstones club. But I don't know about sport, bro. I am hearing problems and throat is shit and weed is lungs. Weed is lungs. Iona. I mean, I'm glad you're having a lovely time, Rat. Weed is lungs. Headbats, thank you for the headbats, Kohi. Don't forget Baba is you. Oh my god. Rat. I'm glad you're having a lovely time. It sounds great. I don't want to get TOS. I don't want to get in trouble. I don't know how much I'm allowed to talk about the marijuana. Maybe. So that means we'll have to take a rain check on that dinner. It'll give me some time to decide on which food I want you to buy me. Pardon? He's still inviting me. He's inviting himself to dinner at my expense. Excuse you. That's something that I would do. I can't have you doing that. How am I going to mooch off you if you're mooching off me? I'm a drive now. Just kidding. I can't drive. Bye. Don't actually drive. Get home safely and take care of yourself. Remember to eat and drink fluids. Definitely do not drive right now. Get an Uber. You can always pick up your car later. Oh, I clicked on the wrong screen here. Sure, okay, we'll take a rain check. A rain check forever. I'm not buying you dinner. People buy me dinner, not the other way around. Great, I'll be looking forward to it. Weed is 100% okay to talk about as long as you don't encourage it. Oh, okay, that's good to know. I was like, I don't want to get in trouble just for saying it. I'm gonna eat a little bit of my burnt monstrosity of a muff. Weed is bad, kids. Unless it's prescription. And then it's fine. But that's not me encouraging anything. That was a neutral statement. Only do drugs as prescribed by your doctor. That's the message. Use adult substances responsibly, exactly. So who are we smashing this game? I mean, what's the assignment? Well, that's part of the problem, Koki. I can't decide. I cannot choose. The character designs in this game are too beautiful. They've given me too many compelling choices. So we've got Emo Dryad. I know, she is so hot. Who's also our roommate. There's also a like very brooding, emo, mysterious guy who I'm pretty sure is the man in the mirror. Who I'm quite interested in too. Then there's the like really flirty guy. I don't really know what he is. But his name's Gray and he's very cheeky and I do love that. And he was so beautiful. There's also Kai, the kitsune, who is very, very cute, but if I have to join a sports club to date him, I think I'm gonna have to rule him out. I think that's a deal breaker. I don't know if I want to do sports. I'm thinking of joining the mystery club, but I don't know. It's gonna be hard to choose. The headmaster would be like my top choice, but he's not available yet. He's gonna be in DLC. But once he's available, we'll be dating the hot headmaster. But for now, I think it's probably between... Oh, I was going to say it's probably between Gray and Rila, our roommate, but I don't know. Get the redhead? You mean Syndra, the Ifrit? I don't think she's an option. Unfortunately. I imagine if we dated Kai though, like we'd get to know Syndra more because she seems to be involved with his character. But also Gray, although I think in that case it would be a love triangle. Which club should I check out first? Alright, I'm gonna save here, just in case I can't look at all of them. The Model Radiant Council? Wait, we're meant to join the council as the Oracle. So that might be helpful for like learning more about what we're meant to do in the future. But Mysteries Club though. I want to investigate mysteries. I approach the door to the Mystery Club. This is the club the girl from before was so excited about. Wait, this is so cute. Serenvale Mystery Club. Unlock the mysteries behind Serenvale Academy. Search for ghosts, secret passages, and hidden tomes. Sign up now. Not me having an affinity towards redheads, never. I mean, understandable. Same. You don't want to join that club. I turn around to find a somber-looking guy slouching against the wall nearby. Stop, my type. Wait, actually, I think he's one of the... Wasn't he added to the Kickstarter? Let me just double check. Or was he potentially going to be added, but then wasn't? Oh, I've lost where the Kickstarter was open. Rewards. Oh no, he was unlocked. Yeah. If you find yourself fancying this surly boy from the Mystery Club, you're in luck. With this goal, we'll give Dex his own romance route as free DLC. Oh, hell yeah. Oops. Oh, man. Wait, so Dex is an option too? Or maybe not just yet. Search the tiebreaker for me between Rumi and Grey. Yeah, I think that's what I'm tossing up between. But Arian as well, though. Rumi? Okay, everyone's saying Rumi. I think we're gonna have to go for Reela. I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce any of their names, but that's my best attempt. But Dex is also at least going to be an option. I don't know if he is yet or not. It's full of a bunch of weirdos that think they know more than they do. I'm fairly certain they've discovered no secrets of Serenvale. Yeah, but what if that's because they didn't have us on their team? What if this is our chance to finally uncover some of the actual mysteries? Just eating some muffin while the ads play. Oh no, they exist. They're just too ignorant to know how to find them. Sounds like they could use help then. See, that's what I'm saying. They just need us on their team. And you think you're up to that task? Wait, actually, can I show you the CG? Let me just say for a second, I want to see if there's like a gallery thingy in the menu. No, I don't think so. I wanted to see if I could show you the CG of Grey. I'm not really sure, but it could be fun to try. Why are you standing outside the door? Are you planning to join? His eyes shift away from me and immediately I know I'm right. He's like, nah, don't join the mystery club. They suck at actually uncovering the mysteries. But also, yeah, I'm planning to join it. Don't worry about it. Why would you want to join a club full of ignorant weirdos? Because I'm probably the only one that knows about the real secrets of this place. Oh wait, he's purple too. What is his power? Well, it's very generous of you to share your knowledge then. I haven't actually decided if I'm going to join. Okay, buddy. I have a feeling he's most definitely going to join, but what about me? Will I help solve the mysteries of Serenvale? Let's look at the other clubs. I just want to see what the options are before I choose. Let's look at the Model Radiant Council. I don't think this bit was in the demo. I think you could only investigate the Mystery Club. Or maybe that's just the only one I chose. I approach the door and see a very neatly posted note pinned to the door. Model Radiant Council. The Model Council Club is for students interested in law and authority. We act as the council of the school, solving its problems in a judicious manner. I mean, it's probably useful for our future career, right? Like I said, but... I'm not that interested in law and authority. So it's like a student council? Could be interesting, but I don't see any place to sign up. Maybe the club is full? You won't be able to sign up for that club. Seems like the serious looking guy is talking to me again. Wait, what is Dex doing just following me around? Why not? You have to be invited. Those Serenvale cult members think they're too good to let just anyone in. Oh wow, rude. Yeah, I definitely don't want to be in that club. Not sure why Professor Balin allows it. What do you know about the club? They call themselves a student council, but it's more like a school court. Students can take grievances to the court in order to solve them in a fair manner. Sounds like they have way too much power for students. Well, they claim it's fair, anyways. Oh, so it's a court of law? That's a bit different from the student councils I'm used to, but it doesn't look like I could join even if I wanted to. If you make an impression, they'll send you an invitation. I don't know exactly what they look for, but most of the members seem to exert a lot of authority around the school. If they think you're worthy, they'll find you. It's probably best to join one of the other clubs in the meantime. Lurk, thank you for the lurk, Shadow. I hope you enjoyed the rest of your day? You said it was like 5 AM for you, right? Alright, Wild Stones. I think we're probably gonna join Mysteries because I don't really want to do sports and the council sounds snobby. I approach the door and read the sign posted on its cold wooden surface. Seeking new players. Are you interested in working with students of all disciplines? Do you enjoy good, healthy competition? Then consider joining the Wildstones team. This is the club Kai mentioned. I might enjoy playing a sport, but I don't know what Wildstones is. What kind of sport is it? I look around the hall and see I like the little particle animation. And like the purple marble floor is very cool. Same guy from earlier slumped against the wall. I call out to him. Dex again. Hey, do you know anything about Wildstones? Kinda hard not to. Those people are fanatics. Well, I suppose every sport has its share of crazy fans, but I'd like to know how it's played. Oh right, you're human, aren't you? I guess you have different sports on the other side. Wildstones is less of a typical sport and more of a strategy game. Oh, interesting. The idea is to find all 5 Wildstones and take them to your base before the other team does. Sounds kind of like Capture the Flag. That's a sport we have on the other side. The challenge is that the Wildstones are charged with magical power and each has its own magical effect. Wait, what if Dex is the guy from the mirror and not... Is it Aryan? He's also kind of brooding. And he has the purple tie. Although the other one had like precognitive powers, right? Kind of like us. Those can help or hurt your team based on how you play. What kind of effects do they have? It changes every game. Some might cause fire, some might turn the holder invisible. Wait, what? But you won't know the effects beforehand? Just like randomly catching on fire? It makes the strategy element of the game very important. Okay, actually Wildstones is sounding a little more fun now. Sounds kind of chaotic. Have you played? No, I don't really go for team sports. He's a lone wolf, guys. Somehow I am not surprised. Well, thanks for the info. Look at the other clubs. Alright, what do we sign up for? I think it's gotta be mysteries, right? We can't sign up for the council anyway, so we have to pick between mysteries and Wildstones. And even though the Wildstones sport thingy did sound cooler after he explained it, I think I'm more of a mysteries type person, you know? Will I help solve the mysteries of Serenvale? Let me save. But yes, I think so. Sign up for Mystery Club. I sign my name on the form outside the Mystery Club door. The guy from earlier watches me carefully, but I do my best to ignore him. As I start to leave, I see him approach the door. Guess I'll be seeing more of him during next week's club meeting. Oh no. Thanks for the info, Dex. Thanks for the info, Dex. I guess I'll see you around? Maybe. Maybe. So mysterious. So brooding. So aloof. I arrive back to my room, another day at Serenvale complete. I put my thoughts on hold and drift off to sleep, excited for what tomorrow may bring. Are we gonna have another vision? No? Aruna Snorkin? Excuse me, why does my name keep getting more and more ridiculous every time? And also, hello Ryu, how are you? I awake the next day to find a very chipper Rayla bustling about the room. Moist? Thank you, thank you. For always keeping me moist. How is your day going? Or night? Whatever time it is. And thank you for the hydrate. 40. Oh, pack. What is pack saying? Cool stuff to tell you. Huh? Oh, that's a big old update. I don't care. I'll read it later. Ooh, nah. Woke? You are woke or you have awakened? You are not asleep, is what I'm going to assume that means. Oh, yeah, I don't know. I think, I don't know, it's hard, because Grey is very hot, but so is Rayla. Waken? Hell yeah, that is good, to be awake instead of asleep. Oh hey, I expected you to be doing your Dryad stuff this morning. Actually, I'm gonna have to hydrate again. Look at that, getting a double hydrate, crazy. Already done. Excuse me. Wait, already done? At what time? I have a quiz in numerology this afternoon, so I zipped out of there as fast as I could to grab my notes. Oh, okay. Numerology, gross. I'll need to spend the next 2 classes studying for this thing. Numbers are hard. Yep, mood. I'm so bad at math. You almost ready to go? We can walk together. Oh yeah. I give a sleepy nod and hastily throw myself together. Other than our short gossip session yesterday, I haven't had much time to spend with my roommate, so I want to take this chance to get to know her a little better. What's your first class? I don't even need to look at my class schedule at this point. I'd memorized it days ago. I did? Damn. MC's smart. Smarter than me. Radiant History? Don't we have that class together? Hey, me too. I actually should have taken history last year, but I've been putting it off because it's so boring. Wow, unrelatable. Never mind. Maybe we date Grey. Not me majoring in history at uni. Well, it may not be for you. I imagine our history is going to be all new to you, huh? She's right. I'm no longer in the human world, so there'll be no more lessons on World War II or Abraham Lincoln. I'll be learning about an entirely new place with its own deep history. What will they teach us in Radiant history? Will we talk about the time when humans and Radiants lived together? Those events may have been forgotten where I came from, but based upon what little I've learned so far, it's a pretty important part of history to the Radiant. I'm kind of curious to see how the whole like humans versus Radiants thing came about. Yeah, I feel like I should be starting in elementary school, not college. I'm completely out of my depth. I like her style. I know, me too. She is one of the love interests. And I was joking when I said not liking history was a deal breaker because, I mean, she's very hot. She can get away with that. I know, I'm trying to decide between her and Grey, who's another character we met. Is that a twin-size bunk bed? We can totally fit in their roomie lip bite. Funny. I mean, oh god, I would also, like, her side of the room is much cooler than my side of the room anyway, so we definitely should. It looks much cozier. Nah, you may have to do a little extra reading or something, but history is just memorization, really. You'll be fine. Plus, there's a new history professor this year. Oh my god, is he hot? Or they hot? Who's the history professor? The old history teacher was dull enough to put a group of insomniacs to sleep, but the new professor is some young guy. Hello? Hello? He's bound to make that class a little more interesting. It couldn't get any worse anyways. I heard teacher, and I was interested. We begin walking down the hallway, and I notice that Rayla is getting a lot of stares from our surrounding classmates. Nothing creepy, just looks of interest. Rayla seems completely oblivious, too busy chattering about a time when she fell asleep in history class and accidentally fell out of her chair. Amazing. Suddenly, a boy comes rushing up to us, cutting us off so abruptly that Rayla nearly runs headlong into the guy. Rayla, oh, I'm sorry to bug you. Then why are you always doing it, Niall? The boy sputters for a moment and Rayla gives a resigned sigh. Oh, is this because she's a dryad? I think I remember this. What do you want, Niall? Oh, I was just wondering if you were going to be in numerology class today. Why wouldn't I be there? It's not like I have a choice. Oh, right. Yeah, I guess you're right. Listen, Niall, me and my friend here are kind of in a hurry, so go skedaddle off to wherever you're supposed to be. Oof. Oof, she does not beat around the bush. Right. Okay, see you later. The guy scurries off and I stare after him, perplexed. Admirer of yours? You could call it that. He's just extra susceptible to the glamour. Yeah, I thought so. I think it's to do with her being a dryad. Maybe that's why we're all so, like, infatuated with her. We're all falling for the glamour. Alright, you probably don't know. You see, dryads have this sort of essence, I guess you'd call it. We just naturally put off attractive vibes that draws people to us. I mean, that explains a lot. So that's why I noticed everyone was staring at you. Are we immune though? Or are we also going to fall for the glamour? Yeah, that's pretty much it. Everyone feels it a little, but most people are aware enough to know what is causing their attraction and can ignore it. I'm staring too. Same. Maybe we are just falling for the glamour. But I feel like that's going to cause some angst at some point in her route, right? Like, do we actually like her or is it just the glamour? I'm just going to mute for a second because my nose is being funky again. I also love that she's like canonically not interested in men. You're very gay, Rumi. Not even just like suspected gay, just like actual gay. I try to imagine what it must be like to have a natural allure that causes everyone around you to take notice without even trying. But anyway, that guy is definitely my most annoying admirer. It sounds wrong calling him that, but I have no idea what else to call it. Is it possible he actually likes you for you and not because of your glamour? Doubtful. I'm not exactly his type. I'm not really anyone's type. I just plan to stay single forever, much less trouble. Wait, but what if? But what if? What if you met someone who was like really, really cute and happened to like sleep in the bed right next to yours? Just like hypothetically, you know, what about your roommate? Like, I'm sure that would be fine, right? Like as an exception? Oh wait, this is us. We've arrived at the history classroom. Our conversation cut short. Oh man. It's far more packed than any of my previous classes. I'd been told that grades were sometimes mixed depending on the subject skill level of the student. I wonder if this is one of those mixed classes. And also, what does she mean she's not anybody's type? Excuse me? Literally the whole of chat is like my type? Every single person here. I sit down in an empty seat near the middle and Rayla slides into the seat beside me. Oh no, he is cute. Welcome students, I'm Professor Mordain and I'm the new history professor taking over for Professor Tan. Looks like the rumors Rayla mentioned were true. This new professor looks like he could be a student himself. By the looks of the faces around the room, he certainly has everyone's interest. Me. I am interested. We'll begin our journey through history with a little review to see what you already know, or know. The students around the room groan softly. Professor Mordain seems good-natured about the students' displeasure at least. I know, you've probably heard this stuff 100 times before, but it's nice to review occasionally. Everybody's definitely already heard all this stuff. They pound the history into our brains since birth. It might be old news to everyone else, but I'm interested. I know very little about this place and I'm eager to learn more. As we all know, our realm rests alongside the human realm, but it wasn't always this way. The human realm and radiant realm used to be one and the same until what major event happened? A student in the front of the classroom shot her hand up so fast I almost felt a breeze. Me. Professor nods towards the student. Zeno, right? Oh, yes, sir. The girl blushes furiously, clearly surprised that he knew her name. Also me. The human world and radiant world used to be one and the same until the Great War of the Iron Age. That's when the Radiants were cast out by humans growing in numbers. Correct. Once living together in relative peace, the Radiants became feared by humans during the rise of the Roman Empire. Wait, it's been that long? Dang. This forced us to return to our secluded homes behind the veil. Now, only one can travel to our world via a few passageways. Oh, sorry, one can only travel to our world via a few passageways. Most are completely hidden from the human world, however few have been discovered over the years. What are these places called? The professor looks around the room and stops in my direction. Surely he won't call on me, right? Oh no. I'm the new kid. Oh no. He might be new, but surely he has to know I know nothing about the history of the Radiants. Oh no. Rayla, oh thank god. Whew. Rayla jolts her head up at the sound of her name and I realize she must have been nodding off. Julius Caesar. Oh sweetie, that's not it. Rayla responds immediately. The class around me snickers. She obviously hadn't heard the question. No, Miss Bolanos, and I'll thank you to start paying attention in class. 10 demerits. Oh no. Rayla gives a big sigh and I shoot her a sympathetic look. She leans over to whisper to me again. Okay, but how do I get some of those demerits? I want that disapproving look. I've changed my mind. I don't like this new guy at all. The student from earlier pipes up with the answer. Okay, Xena. The passageways that have been discovered by humans are known as the Bermuda Triangle, the Bridgewater Triangle, and the Devil's Sea. I mean, that explains a lot. That is correct, Xena, but please allow me to call on you before you answer. Oh! Professor Mordain doesn't take shit from anybody. The girl looks only slightly mollified at the scolding. She apparently liked proving her history knowledge. Of course I've heard of the Bermuda Triangle. The myth says anyone who travels through there is never seen again. Could it be that they're instead traveling to this realm? What happens to humans that stumble into this world? I mean, oh, what was her name? The woman from the beginning. I've forgotten her name, but she said that they could erase memories, right? So they probably just erase your memories of it and send you back. That's what I'm hoping. I'm hoping it's not like an executable offense. Accidentally wandering. Humans have largely forgotten about radiant existence, thanks to most of our writings being destroyed during the rise of their most prominent religion. However, this is not necessarily a bad thing. Most now believe that humans and Radiants are destined to live separated, though there are subcultures of Radiants that wish to return to the human world. Or political intrigue. Raylan leans over to whisper in my ear again. Mostly just the sullen. Oops. The sullen? The not-so-nice Radiants that would rather destroy the entire world than let the humans control it. And yeah, that is the most creative name they could come up with. They named themselves the Sullen. Imagine being so edgy that you're like, you know what, we should name our group? Sullen. It's so cool, it's such a dope name, guys. Are there many of them? No one really knows how many of them there are, but you don't have to look so panicked. There hasn't been a major Sullen incident in like a decade. I didn't get to ask her what type of incident she's referring to because the professor clears his throat loudly and gives us a shut up and listen sort of look. Oh no. We stop talking immediately, though I doubt Rayla plans to pay much attention to this lesson. For the remainder of the class, I'm completely lost in various tales of Radiant history. Like Radiant tale? Professor Mordain tells the story as if he'd really lived them, and is clear that he truly loves this subject. Rayla is not as enchanted as I am, however, and when the class is over, I nudge her awake to let her know it's time to get up. Time for today's elective class. What did we pick for today? We picked calligraphy before. Oh, it was the runes one, right? Whatever that was called. Symbology, that's it. Symbolism is not just the interpretation of written symbols or codes, but also the art of recognizing and deciphering symbols in the everyday world. Almost anything could be considered a symbol, so it's important to learn how to distinguish what could be important. My logic has increased, nice. Endurance as well, that sounds useful. I think we only got, that was Thursday, right? So we've got Friday, one more day of classes, and then the weekend where you get to choose what activity you do with your free time. You get to like go hang out in the courtyard or whatever. After classes are done for the day, I return to my room and study tomorrow's schedule. Tomorrow will be my first psionics class where I'll learn more about my discipline. Ooh! We can talk about the visions that we had. This is the class I've been most looking forward to. I haven't seen any hint of the Oracle power since my brief rush of visions on Monday. I'm in this school because I'm supposed to be training for an eventual test the council will give me. I've barely had a moment to think about that since arriving, but now that I've reminded myself, I feel the same nervous energy flood over me. I have no idea when the council trial will take place, but I do know that I'm still woefully unprepared. Professor Balin had promised I'd be able to learn everything I needed while attending Serenvale. Now, I just have to trust that he was correct. Dun dun dun. Psionics class. Is that a crystal ball at the front? That's so cool. I want to take some. Crazy! Hello! Coming in with a fart? Wow. Imagine that. Imagine that's your entrance. You just walk into the room, ass first. Let a huge fart rip. And that's how you greet me? Unbelievable. I haven't seen him since my first day here. Meowdy. Hello, hello. Did you just squirt at Crazy? The Crazy comes in with the fart and then you reply with a squirt? What is happening? But also, hello. Meowdy. How are you? How was the rest of your stream? Did you win lots? Oh. Sorry, just stretching. We are playing the Radiance. It was fun. Good. We're playing the Radiance, which is a new game that just came out that I backed on Kickstarter a while ago. We're basically attending a magical school. But we're the only human there. Everyone else is a Radiant, which is based on some sort of like mythological creature or like something from legend or old stories. Like there's a magic mirror, there's sirens, there's ifrits, kitsune, stuff like that. And we're trying to learn how to use our new oracle powers, and also falling in love, obviously, because, you know, it's romance. Ooh, I didn't mean to skip. How is it? It's been really good so far. I am enjoying it. I'm just having trouble trying to figure out who I want to romance, because we've got a really hot roommate. She's a dryad, and she has like alternative girl style, which I love. But then there was also Gray, who was a very like cheeky, irritating flirt type with silver hair, and he's very hot. And it's so hard to choose. All the characters are hot. The headmaster, unfortunately, isn't dateable yet. He will have DLC. So when his DLC comes out, I'll be romancing him, but in the meantime, I don't know. It's so hard to choose. See, this is the headmaster. And this is why I want to date him. I mean, look at him. He sees me and greets me with a smile. Ah, if it isn't Miss Tempest. How are you faring in your studies at Serenvale so far? Ooh, alright. Humble, I'm doing okay, I guess. So I chose the humble trait, which is why that's coming up, but I don't know, I'm a little overwhelmed, or it's been a welcome challenge. I kind of don't want to sound too humble at the moment. I'm going to say it's been a welcome challenge. I'm enjoying it. You did no writing? Anna, no! What do you mean? What did you do instead? You can balance a plate on his eyebrows. True. Isn't that what you want in a man, Crazy? That's what I want. Look at them. Beautiful. I was online shopping for dress rompers? Anna, no! No, what do you mean? But you were gone for hours. Oh no. They're so cute. I bet they are. I bet they are. And I cannot judge. I did the same thing yesterday. Literally the whole weekend I was like, I'm gonna write. This is it. I'm gonna hunker down. Do as much writing as possible. And then I watched other people's streams instead. But if I go to Florida, I gotta look hot. I mean, true. Fair. You make a very good point. You know what? That is more important than finishing the game you've been working on for 5 years, is it? 5 years now, Anna? Not to judge, but... so... I want to play it. That's why I'm telling you to write it. Now that's what I like to hear. He gives me a slightly too hard pat on the shoulder. Ayo. Classroom begins to fill, and Professor Balin gives me a last friendly nod before moving to the front of the room. Fuck, looking cute for that trash man. I mean, if you're gonna look cute for Florida trip, it better be for you, and at least your friend, not the trashy e-boy who we don't talk about, because you're going to be getting rid of him. I play a dating game as well. It's called Tinder, and no one's hot. No. Crazy, no. Oh no. I'm scared of dating apps. Sometimes I consider like getting on a dating app or whatever, and then I'm like, oh, I don't know. I'm spooked. I've heard so many bad stories. Dating apps are wild. Yeah. Also, I don't think I have time. I'm too busy playing dating games to date for real. My friend has so many horror stories about Tinder specifically. Yeah, I don't know, man. Doesn't seem worth it. I'll date fictional people. It's fine. Not like serial killer horror. I mean, that would be preferable. I look around the classroom with interest. I can tell by the sea of blue uniforms that the students here are all of the Azurite class. You heard nothing. The ones whose power come from the mind. As I've already learned, however, mind power can vary greatly. Are we all going to ignore that? Yeah. It's fine. Where's Kai? Kai isn't here. No one's going to bonk me for this. This is blasphemy. No. I meant in fiction. In fiction, Anna. We love serial killers in fiction. I wonder what types of powers the rest of these students have. We all love trash men. No, not IRL trash men, Anna. No. Only in fiction. Only fake trash men. Exactly. For you too, ma'am. Good afternoon, students. Just look at this man. Look at him and forget IRL trash man. He's like Star G for real, stop. He He really is, though. What a 10 out of 10 bad experience marrying that man. Then let that be a cautionary tale, Anna. Professor Balin speaks in a booming voice, and the entire class snaps to attention at once. And I knew it was going to be bad, and I was like, we're so far already, stop. I know. Listen, Anna. Listen to yourself. Hear what you're saying, and take that. We're 8 hearts in. Learn from your Stardew experience. Welcome to the Intro to Psionics course. This class will be focused on learning more about your Minecraft abilities and how to control them. It isn't until now that I noticed the students in this class all seem to be a bit younger than I am. Oh, that's because this is the class where they put you in based on your skill level, not your age. Ooh, we're in with all the younger students. Of course, I may technically be a senior, but in terms of magical knowledge, I'm probably more like elementary school level. Ooh. These younger students can probably run circles around me in the magic category. Psionics has been known by many names over time and can encompass many areas of Minecraft. None of your abilities are the same, but the theory behind control and focus is universal. He's hot, can we smooch? Not yet. Not yet. This guy seems like a type. No, 100%. They literally open his introduction with, he's the headmaster of the school, and like he comes in looking like a gentleman, and they're like, oh yeah, by the way, he's also in his 40s, and I'm like, interesting, tell me more. But I looked up the Kickstarter, and it looks like they did reach the stretch goal for his route, but it said that he'll be added as free DLC after release, and the game only just came out, so I'm assuming he's not available yet. But once he is, literally all you had to say was he's 40 and Una's like, I don't know what you mean, I don't have a type. We will work together and conduct exercises to quell the naturally chaotic nature of radiant disciplines, but you will also be required to learn more about the abilities of your peers. I mean, look at him though! I am excited at this last pronouncement. The abilities of others may be no big deal to those that grew up around them, but to me, it is completely fascinating. He's literally a teacher, and he's older. Those are my two types. I would romance him, same. I'll wait for his DLC. Every species of Radiant possess abilities that fall under a distinct magical classification. For most of you, that classification is psionic. The art is really beautiful, and I like that the character sprites move around as well and blink. And the backgrounds are often animated as well. Because he has those age lines but still looks fine as fuck. I know. I mean, to be fair, he's looking pretty good for 40. I'm going to assume it's like a Radiance thing, right? He's a siren, by the way, if you want to know what type of Radiant he is. Because of course he is. So he can manipulate people's feelings with song. He whistled and some students who were fighting just calmed down and were like, hey teach. I know. I know. Exactly, manipulate me. Ooh, my exact reaction. Most of us? Are there students in here that are not part of the Azurites? Amongst that classification is a myriad of subclasses that essentially describe the nature of your abilities in more detail. I'll use myself as an example. As most of you know, my species is Siren, and as such my abilities fall under the subclassification of psionics known as emotional manipulation. He's moving, I know! Isn't it cool? All of your abilities have subclasses as well, though sometimes it's a bit difficult to define into one term. Let's have another example. Miss Tempest, as many of you already know, has come to Serenvale to train her oracle abilities. He looks in my direction. It seems I am never going to escape the level of scrutiny that comes with being the new girl. 20k Kickstarter is insane though, I thought it'd be way more. I know, but this was a few years ago. And I think that it's only in the past like 2 years that Otome and visual novel Kickstarters have started really kicking off. Like we've had some huge ones recently, but that was only in like the past 6 months. Like there were a bunch actually that started. Yeah, Touchstarved went absolutely wild because they managed to get some like I think was it Niji Sanji or Hololive? Like some really big VTubers streamed it. And like some of the really big VTubers have started streaming visual novels. I saw Zentreya and Haruka Karubu, is that her name? Streaming Variable Barricade the other day and talking about anime games and how much they like, well, not Zentreya, but some of them were saying how much they love anime games. So visual novels are actually like really starting to become more mainstream now. Damn, we gotta get Battle Royale for your heart to them. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. But that won't happen if you look at dress rompers instead of writing it, Anna. You're back, Shadow. Welcome back. Speaking of, you gonna go right? You gonna go right? But listen, like I said before, if you want help writing it, I am available. Yes. After I close this Amazon page, Anna, please press that X. You don't need it. You know what will be way more satisfying? Will be finishing Battle Royale for your heart and publishing it. I will not be able to finish Twin Trails Route on my own. Hit me up. I'll help. I'll help write. I could, but I don't want to. That's also fair. And Shadow, look at the headmaster. Isn't he beautiful? I can't wait for his DLC. Now, how is this different from something like divination? A student raises his hand and Professor Balin nods in his direction. Mr. Ambrose. Oh, Ambrose is a cool name. Where do I... Oh, Sabrina! I'm supposed to be in bed already too, but I'm going tomorrow at 11 AM. Oh, that's a pretty late start. That's not bad. Are you talking about the Nekopara Boys thing that some Niji people played? Not the Nekopara one. They played Touch Starved. Which was a dating sim visual novel that like absolutely kicked off on Kickstarter. Like they did so well. They had to come up with new stretch goals, didn't they? Because they maxed out all of the ones that they had planned. I get excited when little YouTubers play my games. I get excited whenever I see anyone talk about Candied Hearts even a little bit. Imagine a big YouTuber, I know, I would die. As long as they said nice things. If they said bad things, I'd be like, well, I guess I'm never writing anything ever again. I'd literally cry. Yeah, I mean, either way, you'd cry happy tears if they said nice things and sad tears if they said bad things. Either way, it'd be an experience. It would be cool. I mean, I was just excited to see Bellis play Candied Hearts. Even though I was there playing it with him. It was just cool. I don't know, to see people's reactions to the stuff that I wrote. Did I send you the one where the person trash wrapped with a kiss because they couldn't date? Because they couldn't not date Elliot? Are you kidding me? The whole point of the game is dating Elliot. What? I think you did send that to me though. Yeah, it's literally a dating game. What did you expect? I say mean things, but at the end of the day I say nice words. Yeah. I mean, you can give like some criticism and feedback, but like, yeah, stuff like that was wild, where they're like, what do you mean I have to date someone in this dating game? Imagine. The audacity, Anna. Also, this is too much reading for a visual novel? Yeah, I know, that's a crazy take. Oh, joking, you mean? Yeah. You can affectionately tease something. Like, I'll affectionately joke about things in visual novels. This is too static, not enough movement. It's a visual novel? Yeah, sometimes people have some very odd opinions. Correct. Radiants who practice divination do so with a variety of tools. This can include mirrors, drawing, runes, and even earth. Divination is usually less precise than standard precognition. Many of these practices even have their own classifications, but we'll keep it simple for now. I would never actually mean things. Yeah, I know, like, I do review games for Sweet and Spicy, obviously, but, even then, if there's something I don't like, I usually try and frame it in a constructive way, or I'll just say that, like, personally, I'm not as interested in this trope or whatever, but, you know, for those of the people who do like this trope, this is why you might like it or not like it kind of thing. Like, I always try and frame it as just, like, a subjective thing rather than, this was objectively bad because I found it boring. Like, there are ways you can say those kinds of things. Sorry. Why is my nose playing up again? I'm just gonna mute for a second. What was that? Yeah, and you have to realize sometimes these are small teams working on the game. Yeah, exactly. Like this one I think has like 4 people on it. Like Candied Hearts, there's only 4 of us. Like you can't have everything in a game, especially if it's not being made for a profit either. That does not mean, however, that one does not have the potential to obtain multiple classifications. Or we can dual wield? Training and focus could possibly open up more avenues and expand one's abilities. Take the professional approach. Yeah, that's exactly it. Like, there are different ways to give feedback. You have to realize sometimes a small team, so you have to be aware that, like, we don't have the time, money, or resources to be fucking Baldur's Gate type game. I know. Like, when you play Baldur's Gate and I'm looking at it and I'm like, holy shit, the production value on this is fucking amazing. But it's like, there's no way our little team of 4 could ever do something like that. Yeah, Baldur's Gate is not supposed to be industry standard, exactly. That took a whole ass team and millions of dollars. Yeah. Like, you gotta have different expectations going into it. And especially for, like, game jam games, where they're made in, like, a month or 2. Like, you gotta keep the scope small, and even then, it's hard to pull off and have it be super polished. I wish it was, though. I want more games like that. It's so massive. Game jams? I love game jams. Well, I like playing game jam games more than I like making them. Like, I love Candied Hearts, don't get me wrong, but, like, there's a reason why we decided to release the demo and not the full game for the game jam entry. Because it's a lot. Trying to make a whole last game in a month. I've been killing a lot of people I'm not supposed to by accident, I don't know. Haven't been in a game jam for a long time. Listen, I'm not gonna lie, I keep eyeing the Once Upon a Time jam, and I'm like, oh, I have an idea that I really, really want to do. But I don't think I'm gonna have time, because it starts in September, and that's when I'm doing my debut at the... Oh, it starts at the end of September, right? I'm doing my debut in September, and I still gotta finish Candied Hearts, and I don't know. But I have a really cool idea that I really want to do. You used to study game design? No way! I mean, you do art and, like, animation, don't you, Shadow? Is that what you were studying with game design, or did you also do programming? I want to do Fantasia Jam because my friend runs it. Ooh, that would be cool. But also, I definitely will not be able to. I know, that's my main problem, is, like, I keep having ideas and I really want to do the jams, but time and funding. I can't do work for free at the moment. I need to earn money. I'm running very low on it. So I can't really do game jams because then I'm not getting paid. But I was thinking for the Once Upon a Time idea, could be cool to make it as a commercial game instead, maybe, and then get to spend longer on it. Game design was more 3D and I wasn't as interested at the time, but I wish I could have continued. Okay. Do you do editing? I do! That's actually mostly what I'm doing for my freelance work. I find editing easier than writing, to be honest. Do you want me to do editing? Hit me up. I'll absolutely edit for you. I'm doing mostly editing work for freelancing. I do writing as well, I do both, but... I hate grammar. I love grammar. I know that's like the nerdiest thing to say, but I literally... So one of my jobs at the moment, sorry, I'm about to like info dump because you just brought up something I'm really interested in, but one of the projects I'm working on at the moment is this grammar project for basically educational resources. It's a whole bunch of like lessons and packs of resources for teachers to use to teach grammar. So that's like what I'm getting most of my income from at the moment, is editing those. And I used to teach grammar at uni as well. Not on this one because I got someone working on it at the moment, but next game for sure. Hell fucking yeah. Dude, I love editing and I love grammar. I'm so crazy. I don't know. There's something about taking a sentence and then being like, alright, but how do I do this better? And then like fixing it up and polishing it that I really, really enjoy. My editor now is like very brutal. I love her. Hell yeah. I love that too. Like when you came in and edited Candied Hearts and you just like red penned the shit out of my draft, I was like, thank you. I need someone to tell me how to improve. I would have continued because teacher said yes, but then someone else said no and suddenly that was the answer. Oh no, Shadow, I'm sorry. I mean, you can learn outside of a course though. Like, I've never actually studied writing. I studied linguistics, but I didn't study like literature or creative writing or screenwriting or anything like that. It was Anna and Christy who taught me how to write scripts for video games. I took it twice in college. I mean, yeah, I understand. Like, no matter how many times I've tried to be good at maths, I even tutored maths for a while. I've never been able to get the hang of it. She's like, stop half-assing this. I know you don't want to finish it, but you also spent 5 years to give us a good ending. I mean, yeah, sometimes you gotta be brutal though, you know? I wish I took game design in college. Honestly, me too, I considered it, but I had the same thing. I had people being like, is it a viable career though? And I was like, you know what, you're right. Let me study history instead. most of the things I've learned feels like I learned through others or by myself. Honestly, 100%. I think learning through practice in the industry has been the most helpful thing for me. I think I'd have a better chance getting a job now. I think so in some ways, but when I went to PAX last year, I went to some panels about people who had gotten involved in the games industry. Knowing my degree, I'm a teacher. Wait, you're a teacher? But also game design was not so prevalent when I was in school. Yeah, and like the industry in Melbourne wasn't very big when I was at uni. Now it's starting to take off. Yeah, Anna's also a teacher. I was also a teacher for a while. Not like, I didn't teach at schools, I taught at uni. And I did private tutoring. Practice within the industry is great, even better if you're good at making contacts. Yeah, so that's what I was saying, is that I think the most that I've learned, the most helpful things that I've learned have been through just starting things. And the panel, they said the same thing. Yeah, they don't really look at degrees, so you're Gucci. That's exactly what everyone said, is they don't look at your qualifications, they look at your experience. So literally all of their advice was just to get involved with game jams specifically. And, oh, cool, crazy. Yeah, and they're like, if you can prove that you've like finished a project and like worked on it from start to finish, and you have things like to show people, to showcase what you can do, that's way more important than qualification. I only do after school teaching now. Actual teaching is too rough for me. Yeah, same thing happened to my mum. My mum now does well, she works for the company that I'm working for, doing the grammar project. But she does maths mostly. So she designs lessons that the company then sells to schools so that they can like standardize the lessons being taught. And to like give them lesson plans and stuff. So they sell lesson plans, like slide decks to use to teach the classes, and then other resources, activities, workbooks, stuff like that, so you can buy them in like one package to teach each topic on the curriculum. So the teachers can just buy the pack, tailor it a little bit to suit their class, rather than having to draft the entire lesson from scratch every time. You gotta want to be a teacher to teach. I have so much respect for the amount of time and dedication that goes into it. Yeah. Like, my mum is so passionate about teaching, and even she got burnt out and started doing this type of work instead of teaching in the classroom. I also didn't go to school for education, so when I taught, it was the height of COVID and I was substitute teaching full time. Oof. Oh, yeah, that's rough. Yeah, I thought about being a teacher, but then I saw my mum getting burnt out by how underfunded and underappreciated teachers are and how awful the education system is, and I was like, maybe not. But yeah, I also have a lot of respect for teachers. It's a hard job. But I still love, like, I thought about being a professor, and I did do some teaching at uni, and I did some private tutoring, but even then I was like, nah, I don't know about teaching long term. I do think the admin in school I worked in was actually crazy. Other schools are probably better. I mean, it is very hit or miss. Your mum's right, that's why I stream. Yeah. Yeah. I think teaching in classes is really hard, especially with big classes. Like, the classes I taught at uni were like, I think the biggest one I had was 20 students, but usually it was more like 12. And even that was a lot. And they were adult students. The VP just literally bullied me. Oh, I'm sorry. And my mum had problems with some principals at a few schools. I got like 2. Yeah. It's a really hard job. Even like I quite like the private tutoring, the one-on-one with just one student. Like, there was this student I had who had dyslexia, and like helping him with maths and seeing him go from failing the subject to passing it and then wanting to take it as an elective the next year, like, that was really rewarding. But that was rare. Most of the time it was rough. I'm chilling now, I just don't know what to do full time. I mean, do what I do, don't do anything full time. I do like 3 part-time jobs and then a bunch of like individual projects. School is like one of those things that can feel very bad at the time unless you're studious, and after you're done you think it was great because of the people you met. Yeah, that's true. I do narrative design, but it's hard to get an actual job in games. Yeah, getting paid to do games is really hard. Like, I'm trying to do that too, but that's why I'm doing other things in the meantime. Like, I'm doing this like QA and editing work. I'm doing freelance editing and writing. I did some like copywriting for marketing for a little while as well, which was a really good experience, even though I don't think that's what I want to do long term, because Like, it's helped a lot with all of this content creation stuff, the marketing experience. You want 7 years of experience, so send me a resume, and they're like, well, 7 years making real games, not VNs. Oof. Yeah, because that's the thing, is like, you can have a lot of experience with visual novels, but then that doesn't always translate to narrative design in other games. Which makes me think people don't worry as much about it after because you don't have to go through it again, so there's no real actual change to it. Yeah, no, that's true. That's a good point. Yeah, people are like, well, I don't have to go to school again, so why does it matter? It is mostly similar. I think it is on the, like, the narrative design level, like you said, where you're, like, planning out the story and the different branches and the way the story can go, but, like, actually writing, it's a lot more visual, I think. Then they get kids, yeah, and then suddenly that's all they care about. So people want guys who work for Epic Games and shit. Yeah. I mean, you just gotta keep trying and, like, keep making games, and, like, worst case scenario, indie studio, and, like, creative writing is fun, it's rewarding. It is! It's just so hard to get paid. You're not too old, Anna, stop. You're the same age as me. I'm just starting game writing. You've at least got several years under your belt. Sorry. Yeah, don't call me old. We're too old. Wow. Wow, I thought you were gonna say sorry, I forgot, or whatever, but no, you just doubled down. You're like, you're also old, Una. Listen, I'm doing my best. But, like, I think you just gotta, like, keep trying things, I think. We're doing good. I don't, like, and Candy Hearts has done well enough that people were like, is there a way we can pay you? I think at some point we could look into making a commercial game. It might not, like, do well enough to pay bills or whatever, but it's a start. I'm going on ball in age. What is that? Just frustrating because you have to build it up from the bottom. Yeah. But I think it'll be worth it. Like, honestly, in my head, I just don't see it as a choice. I'm like, I've tried having other careers. It didn't work. The only thing that works for me is writing. So rather than being like, is it possible to get paid to write? I'm looking at it as like, how do I get paid to write? And if one thing doesn't work, then I'll try another. Age like fine wine? Hell yeah. You know, so like, that's why I'm trying to do a mixture of freelance stuff that pays the bills and then working on games. My problem is mostly job security nonsense. I think for you, it is a little different because here, like, stuff like health insurance isn't tied to your job. So it doesn't matter if I work entirely freelance. Whereas I know in America, yeah, like, you need to have, like, a secure job to get health insurance, right? So, like, it is different. I would also be more worried about it there. But here it's like, eh. Oh, you get government health insurance? Oh, that's good. Yeah. I don't know. Like, I also don't have a choice about making money either because now I live on my own. It's like, well, I got bills to pay, so I've got to, like, take more work. Yeah, I also work part-time. Well, not part. I work on contract. So, I'm just sitting here hoping and praying I don't get sick because then I'm kind of fucked. I think it's better for me. American logic, make everything for profit? Yeah. I work full-time and it ruined my life? Same. I mean, I work full-time hours still, but I can't do one job full-time. It just doesn't work with my brain. I have to have multiple projects. But it does suit me. Like, I do all of my work from home, so I can literally work from the moment I wake up to the moment I go to bed, and I'm just rolling over to my desk. Like 10 hours a day? Yeah. I mean, I can do that kind of work if it's things that are more interesting, but when it's just a day job, it crushes me. I did also have 2 jobs. Yeah. I'm definitely much happier now that I'm doing freelance work. But the lack of job security is a bit rough. But like, I don't know, just gotta keep trying, I think. The discipline is hard when you work for yourself. It's late here, have a good night. Have a good night, Crazy. Thank you so much for hanging out. Sleep well, rest well. I'm so bored of my day job, but it pays so well. Sometimes you just gotta pick money, I think. Because like at the end of the day, it would be lovely to have a really rewarding career that pays well, but if you have to choose, you gotta eat. That's why I wrote Wrapped with a Kiss and all the struggles were actually mine with my dad. Yeah, I remember you saying that. I think currently I'm doing part-time, and if it increases, I feel like I won't have time and energy for things that I want to do. Yeah, that's the main problem I find I think you can choose sanity over money if you're living at home and stuff, but if you've got to pay rent or be on the street, then you've got to pick... Like, you don't have to choose full-time money, but you've got to have enough to pay the bare minimum. Like, that's why I'm doing some sensible work that pays money, so that I can pay bare minimum expenses. And then the rest of the time I'm working on things that are good for my sanity, like you said. Balancing is hard. I basically don't balance, I just do both. Why I do not sleep. But it'll be worth it in the long run. That's what I keep telling myself. I'm like, I'm just working hard now and not sleeping now so that I can set up a career for the future that will pay enough and be fulfilling, you know? Yeah, if you work full-time, you think to yourself, you're like, yeah, I'll work full-time and then I'll write something in my spare time. The problem is once you get home from work, you're so drained, it's like I literally can't write anything. So yeah, I get it. I went through the same things. Not sleeping now, an animator literally died at age 30 from overworking. Please sleep. But with what time? I mean, I say that, but then this morning I like passed out for another 3 hours after I woke up. Because I was too exhausted. He literally died. I know. I am getting some sleep. And occasionally I nap. I also drink a lot of caffeine. It's just temporary. Besides, I've got 2 years till I'm 30, I'm fine. How is it on the way home? You're like pretty good, all good, but as soon as you're onto the front door, you just become jelly. True, literally. You're like on your way home and you're like, alright, I'm gonna do so much when I get home, and then you step through the door and you're like, plonk, just fall on the floor. Sit on the couch and it's over. Exactly. That's it, I'm not moving now. Yeah, I don't think I'll ever go back to working full-time at one job at a time, but I'll do several different jobs that add up to full-time hours. You actually gotta go now. Have you got to sleep after talking about actually needing rest? Nap, sleeps for 4 hours. Yeah, that's what I do usually. I got like 20 minutes before I force myself to sleep. Alright, good luck. Good night. Sleep well. Oh, you need to write a tiny bit? Okay, go write at least a little bit, because a little bit is better than nothing, and then sleep. Get lots of rest. Good luck. Yeah, I normally get about 4 or 5 hours sleep at night, and then I nap later. Have fun, I'll probs bug you tomorrow. I look forward to you bugging me tomorrow. But yeah, definitely hit me up if you need editing help or writing help with your game. Good night. Alrighty, the remainder of the class is spent discussing... We got on a bit of a tangent, didn't we? But that's fun. I like chatting with people, and it gives me a break from reading too, so it's all good. I'm just gonna drink some more water though. That emo is so cute. Brave A Cozy. The remainder of the class is spent discussing various classifications of Minecraft and their uses. I didn't really... Minecraft? Every time they say Minecraft, I'm just hearing Minecraft. I can't help it. I learned that one of the students in this class is a sort of muse that can fill someone with inspiration. Well, can we date them? I could use some inspiration. While another could project their mind to another place without even moving. Ooh, astral projection. Oh no, wait, mine? Is that astral projection? I thought it was normally you move your body, actually. It's slightly different. In some ways, I felt as if we were very similar until I remembered none of these students are human. They come from long lines of radiant races just like them. I, on the other hand, am just a human. I will never be truly the same as my fellow students. We get gameplay? Real? I think we do get gameplay in this, but I don't know exactly yet. Ooh, humble? While I'm not ashamed of my human status, I just want to focus on my abilities without having the entire student body thinking I'm different. I leave the class with mixed feelings. Alright, what did we pick for today? Oh, astrology! Oh, dude, I love astrology so much. Oh, was joking since we spent so much time talking. I thought you meant gameplay in the game as well as the story. Yeah, no, we do actually play games here sometimes. Occasionally, I will progress through the lines, and we will learn more about what happens in the story. But only every now and then. And we finally get to gameplay and the ads start. No way. Look at that timing. I'm gonna take the opportunity to blow my nose one last time, I swear. One day I'll sort out my nose. Slice of life games for real. Slice of IRL life games. Right, hold on, let me mute for a second. You saw a Samsung ad with people playing Genshin on their iPad or whatever the Samsung equivalent is? Really? Alright. Let's do this reading. Astrology is one of the few radiant traditions that still exists in the memories of humans, though the majority of them do not believe in its power. I have a basic knowledge of what astrology is, using the position of the planet, sun, and moon at the time of birth to determine one's personality and future. It also uses the stars to predict future events. In a way, it's a form of divination that anyone can read, though it is only somewhat reliable. Unbelievable, the game really said astrology isn't real. We spent our first class learning more about the history of astrology and radiant culture. Magic theory increased, hell yeah. Insight increased. What are our stats now? This merits thing is making me nervous. I don't want grades in my game. The stats are so low. It makes me wonder like how long this game is if we can like potentially get the stats all the way up the other end. When class is over, I head back to my room. With my first full week of classes completed, I'm finally realizing the weight of my current situation. Wait, did we get a chance to talk about our visions, or no? Prior to coming to Serenvale, I'd barely even left my little town. Now I'm in a completely different world. Literally. True, there isn't much to miss about my old life in this human world. Or in the human world, but it's still my life. It was familiar. Tomorrow will be my first free weekend since arriving at the school. There are no school activities scheduled, so I'll be able to spend my time as I like. Question is, what will I do with my free time? Oh hell yeah, I love this stuff. We get to choose like where you go hang out, and you get different scenarios. My first weekend at Serenvale Academy is finally upon me. This has been a whirlwind of a week, but despite the obvious differences, I can see myself falling into a normal routine here. I have the option to choose how to spend my free time on the weekends, within certain limits of course. I could use this time to catch up on my studies, or to simply explore the school. Can't wait to explore Serenvale, me too. Me too, MC. Where are we gonna go though? Because if I remember from the demo, there's like a lot of choices. Use the left-right arrow keys to move through the halls. Noted. Some locations will be locked until specific conditions are met. Special events will sometimes take place. Cool. Alright, so where can we go? We can go to the common room in our dorm. We can go to the autumn courtyard, which is where Rayla said she would be. So if we want to romance her, that's probably the best place to go. We've got our own room. Oh, the east dorm is locked. Okay. Or I think we can go outside of our building. I kind of want to see what's in the spring quad. So there's the spring courtyard. Take a quick jog, never mind. Classrooms. Attend weekend study hall. Grand library. I mean, that's appealing. I do love a library. As you're at classroom, practice with other students. Or the winter quad has the old building, but this one's like mostly forbidden, I think, so it'd probably be locked. Yeah, we've got the old library, the winter courtyard. Empty corridor? Explore the darkened corridors? Why? Mysterious door. Interesting. I feel like the winter area is probably... We'll save that for like further into the game. summer quad. We've got the dining hall. Spend time people watching? Interesting. The headmaster's office helping with his chores. Why is that locked? That's what I want. Summer courtyard playing sports. Nah. Oops. I mean, I'm kind of tempted to go to the library, but I feel like we've been told that Rayla will be at the autumn squad, and I know everyone's very excited to date her, so let's spend some time chatting in the courtyard. I heard from Rayla that the autumn courtyard was a popular place to spend the weekend, but I had no idea just how many students would be here. Students from every class are gathered around the area talking excitedly. I spot Rayla in a shady spot near the great tree, chatting with a few others. Una, over here! God, she's so hot. This was a good choice. I join Rayla on the soft grass. Welcome to the coolest place in Serenvale. I'm pretty sure that's the winter quad, am I right? This is definitely the place to be if you want to get to know people. I'm going to introduce you to everyone. Sounds exhausting. Spoken like a true introvert. And it is. Rayla takes me all over the courtyard, introducing me to everyone she knows, which is a lot of people. Wait, that's not what I wanted. I wanted one-on-one time. Being social all afternoon is draining, but I feel much more comfortable talking to the other students of Serenvale. Hey! Actually, getting some charm is good because we didn't get any charm from our electives. I'm just taking a breather in the hall near the class building when I hear a frantic voice calling out to me. Except it seems to be coming from above me? Huh? I turn around several times, trying to pinpoint the source of the voice, but there's no one there. What? Up here, I'm the, frog. Huh? A frog? Then I see it. A little green frog is balanced on the edge of a wall sconce, so it's talking to me. Wait, what? I don't remember this from the demo. Excuse me? Oh, thank goodness, you found me. My name is Caspas. Are you alright? You're Una, right? Yeah, I'm Una. I didn't know there were any frog gradients. Oh no, there isn't. I mean, there are shifters, of course, but I'm not one of those. This was sort of an accident. Oh, what? You accidentally turned yourself into a frog? How? Well, it's a long story, one that isn't very favourable to me, but that isn't the point. I just need you to help me reverse this. Wait, no, hold on. I need to know what happened. How am I supposed to help you? I don't know how to turn anything into anything. You don't have to. I just need a couple ingredients from the alchemy lab for the reversal. If you can get those ingredients, I can do the rest myself. Do we trust this random frog? You just want me to pick them up for you? That shouldn't be a problem. Well, it might be. You see, the alchemy professor is gone this weekend, and he always keeps the classroom door locked when he's not there. This is feeling more and more sus. I don't know if I trust this frog. Why is it locked? Don't students need to do alchemy homework on the weekends? There may have been an incident with some unapproved uses of ingredients. Oh no. Ever since, the professor insists on checking out the ingredients personally before anyone can take anything out of the store closet. I think, yeah, we know what happened. We can guess. We can read between the lines. Which means he has to physically be in the building to sign the checkout forms. He won't let any of the other teachers do it. So is that what happened to you? Did you acquire some unapproved ingredients? No, mine were completely legit. I just made a mistake in calculations and, well, here we are. Dude, alchemy seems dangerous. This is very different from me burning my muffins. I could just wait for the professor to return, but then I'd have to spend the rest of the weekend as a frog. So you want me to break into the alchemy lab for you? If I get caught, that'd get me into a lot of trouble. It's a risk, I know. I'd do it myself, but, well, I can't exactly reach the door. I don't have much to offer in return, but if you get into the store closet, I can give you the name of a herb in there that will give you a super brain boost if you put it in some tea. I mean, do I want that? Is that really worth the risk? What should I do? Oh no, what do I do? Hold on. Oh, save. I mean, I don't want to leave this frog as a frog for the whole weekend, but also I don't want to risk getting in trouble either. for this random ass frog who's very sus. I can't just leave him as a frog. Alright, help. Okay, I'll help. Great, I really appreciate it. I can't believe I'm stealing supplies. I've been here for like a week. Ugh. So, what do I need to do exactly? Well, first you'll need to force open the lock on the classroom. Luckily, that won't be difficult. The lock is old, and all it takes is a little push to force it open. So just make it in and out without being seen, and you're golden. Why am I being chosen for this? Surely there's another student who would be able to do it. Probably has like some sort of ability that would make it easier too. But no, they asked the one random human. The frog, Paspas, gives me the names of the ingredients he needs, as well as the name of the special brain boost herb, and I head off towards the alchemy lab. Oh man, this is gonna go so poorly. I can feel it in my bones. I'm relieved to find that there is no one in the hallway outside the lab, so I won't have to wait until the coast is clear. Maybe this won't be so hard after all. Don't say that. Don't jinx it. The gold-plated lock on the classroom door does look especially old, but I'm actually surprised that I'm able to force it open so easily. Also, isn't it sus that the frog knows that? I close the door carefully behind me. I can't have anyone seeing an open door and coming to investigate. The door creaks loudly as I close it, and I pause, frightened. Did anyone hear that? After a few moments, I decide I'm in the clear and continue on. Oh, there's a feeling of dread that keeps building the more and more this little side quest goes on. I have little trouble finding the ingredients amongst the huge variety in the supply closet, which is a feat in itself. This job has turned out to be pretty painless. Stop jinxing it, MC. Stop it. Stop it. I guess I didn't need to worry after. Stop it. No. This is gonna go so badly. Worry about... There it is. Worry about what? I nearly drop all the bottles in my arms as I whirl around, startled at the sound of the voice behind me. Stop. A boy I've never seen before is standing uncomfortably close to me. How did I not hear him approaching? See, maybe this boy would have been better suited for the job if he's so sneaky. It's obviously a student, one that appears to be younger than I am. He's looking at me with a smug grin on his face. I've been caught red-handed. You're not supposed to be in here. Everyone knows that. Okay, smug boy. I figure it's not worth mentioning that I didn't know that until 10 minutes ago. I did break the lock to get in here after all. You know, if I turned you in, I could get some merits for good behavior. Great. Professor Danielle is pretty adamant about keeping his room locked. Who is this kid? How are you going to turn me in if the professor isn't even here? What? Are you new or something? Oh no. All the teachers accept message by Wisp even when they're not at school? I told you the frog was sus. He could have warned us about this. It's for emergencies, but I think this counts. Oh man. So it looks like this smug guy really plans to turn me into the professor, and then I'll have to explain myself. Unless I can think of a way out of it, just say the frog tricked us. Easy. Even if the punishment of demerits was not on the table, I'm not sure I'd want to give this guy the satisfaction. So how do I want to handle this? Oh no. Charm, leadership, or insight? Hold on. What do we have the most of? Probably insight? So let's check. 4 insight. 5 charm. Okay, 0 leadership, so definitely not that one. I guess we're going charm. I don't think we have high stats in any of them, but... Alright, convince him not to tell. Listen, I know what it looks like, but I'm not planning on doing anything dangerous. I'm just trying to help someone out. I'm not sure the professor is going to care what your excuse is for breaking into his room. Do we fail? And I don't really care either because I need the extra merits. Charm failure? No! I shouldn't have helped the stupid frog. I knew it. I guess I'm not quite charming enough to convince this guy to let it go. Well, I mean, that was our best option. I don't think we would have succeeded the others either. God damn it. He calls the professor via Wisp, and he does indeed answer. He may not be as angry as I expected him to be, but he did give me demerits. No! I told you the merits thing was going to make me anxious. On top of that, he made me put all the ingredients back into the closet. I guess now I'll have to tell Frog Boy that he'll be waiting until Monday. Wow. Can't believe teachers have, like, a magical phone equivalent. Oh, my charm did increase, though. Like, you learned by failure, you know? You got a little bit of practice. Oh man. Unbelievable. What should I do today? Well, I hung out with Rayla last time. Let's go to the library today. Grand library. See, I should have done this and then I would have gotten leadership. God damn it. Ooh, do some research or volunteer. I want to volunteer, I think. The library is really pretty. Look at the branches. Oh, I want to be here for real. This is my first weekend visit to the Serenvale Library and I am overwhelmed. It is packed. I see the librarian bustling around the enormous room, carrying mountains of books and urging students to keep it down. Her job must be exhausting. I wait patiently at the librarian's desk for her to return, hoping to ask her to point me towards the history book. She doesn't return for a full 15 minutes, and when she does, she seems far too frazzled to answer any of my questions. It seems unfair to ask her for help. Do you need any help? Maybe I can get some merit points. By helping the librarian, maybe I can get them back. What's my merit thingy looking like? Oh, it's still the same. Okay, that's good. The question is... excuse me. The question is out of my mouth before I can think twice about it. How could a new student like me possibly help her? She looks up at me and instantly a look of relief passes over her face. Oh no. Oh my, I probably could use some help today. Well, I'm new here, so I don't know if I could find the proper places for all the books. Oh no, you don't need to do that. I can handle the book. Do you think you can handle the students? You look like someone who could. I do? What do you mean, handle the students? I just need someone to maintain the decorum, so I'm going around telling everyone to shh. That's my job? I mean, I can do that. If you see someone acting up, tell them to pipe down. If they don't, tell them to leave. Would they listen to me? I'll give you the librarian's assistant badge to wear for the day. That should give you some authority, but you'll probably need to exert your own a little. Oh man. Got it. I think I can do it. I don't think I can. I'd rather deal with the book. Turns out I'm pretty good at exerting my authority. I spend the rest of the afternoon keeping order in the library, and I feel pretty good about myself afterwards. Okay, well at least we got some leadership points, so maybe next time if there's a leadership check we won't fail. Maybe. I returned to my room that evening exhausted. Time for some sleep. Another vision, do you think? Oh, there it is. There was an eye, a person, a violence, and stars. Once again, I get that intense feeling of a dream that is not really a dream, just a wash of colours and images taking over my consciousness. I sit up and stare into the darkness. This is the second time now that I've been woken by this feeling. Am I doomed to have my sleep interrupted forever? I'm not sure I like this method of receiving information. Not knowing when it is coming is not only jarring, but also completely useless. I never have time to actually grasp any of the images I'm seeing. I close my eyes in a feeble attempt to force the images back into my head. If I could just see them one more time. But it's no use. Whatever it was, it's gone. Just like the first time, it's nothing but a brief flash that I can't hold on to. I really need to consider spending more time controlling these visions. If nothing else, maybe I can stop them from interrupting my sleep. Or is that the game's like subtle hint that maybe I should spend a bit of time on the weekend doing some like psionics training? Week 2? Hell yeah. But on that note, seeing as we finished the first week, this feels like a good place to pause our playthrough and pick it up another day. So let's see who is online to raid. Ooh, Hannah's online. Alright, let's raid Canna. I've been hanging out with Canna a lot lately, and I wasn't expecting to still be streaming. Actually, let me just double check that he's still, because he's been on for a while. Let me just make sure he's not planning to finish. No, it sounds like he's still going. Cool. Well, let's raid Canna then. But thank you everyone for hanging out while I play the Radiance. I've been looking forward to this game for ages. It was so much fun to finally get a chance to play it. and I'm enjoying it a lot so far. There are some changes from the demo, which is nice. Mostly though, this is still the same content that was in the demo. I've just made a few different choices. And there are a couple of extra CG, so I'm excited to like keep playing and get past the point where the demo ended. So I can start to see some new things. So I can start raid. And at some point I will decide who I'm going to romance. Maybe we can have a poll in the next stream, or like when we have to choose some things, we can have a poll to decide to help me choose, because I'm still not sure. Rayla's so cute, but so is Gray. I don't know, man. It's gonna be hard, but we can think about that next time. Tomorrow I'll be streaming Love Spell. Thursday I haven't decided exactly what I'm going to stream yet. If I get paid, it'll probably be Baldur's Gate 3. Otherwise it might be more Love Spell, might be some Every Hue of You, might even be more Radiance. I don't know yet. But I will keep people posted. I'll let people know. And then later on in the week, Friday, can't remember what time it is Eastern Standard Time, but it's in the evening. I'll be streaming more Dream Daddy with Belos. Off for now, let's go hang out with Kenna. Good night, everybody, or good day, depending on what time it is.